Alrighty. Okay. Let's check to make sure everything is working. Right now, there was a pretty big update from the weekend for order flow pulse. Um, I've got if you look right up here, you have minute, you have live pulse, but now you also have range bars. So I set up range bars so if you trade off of range bars, you can use range bars. I'm also this week, I'm gonna look into trying to get tick charts as well. So I want to try and do the main things I really want to have is, of course, live pulse. I want to have range bars, tick charts, and time charts. And the time charts are going to be 30-second, minute, 2 minute, 5 minute. I'm looking to add more like 15, 30 minute uh, for that. Um, Next month when everything gets released, I am, we'll see how many people wanna support it, and if we have some pretty good support, what I'm gonna start looking into is creating a volume profile chart in like a TPO chart, time price opportunity. Um, Basically, what I'm looking to do is just have my own charting platform within NinjaTrader. That's basically what I'm looking for. I mean, we have a ruler for the this right here ruler, so you can see what how much a stop would be. Like if you got in here, if you got out here, that would be like $550. And of course, to get like $1,000, you would have to get up to here. So things like that, and then you right click again. Um, Also, this settings right here, if you click that settings and it's just a blank window, just go ahead and close it out and just click settings again. That is a bug that I have to fix within the code. That will get done. I just wanted to get this out there so people can use the settings. And if you go to settings, you'll have like live pulse, range bars, 30 seconds, minute, 2 minute, and then you have the colors where you can choose the colors you want for like the candles, the volume bars, the imbalance, the DOM and stuff over here. Um, and if you click on that, you can choose whatever color you want. This is a work in progress. I just wanted to throw something together real quick so people can change the colors real quick. There's going to be more options there in the future, but right now I just wanted to get something up there pretty quickly. Also, another thing is when you open the window, like I'm on a 1 minute, it needs to default to 1 minute. Right now, it just defaults to live pulse. I need to look into that tonight and probably see if I can't get an update out there real quick for that, but it just needs to default to whatever mode you're on as far as for the live pulse. Here, let me get some more coffee. So the market has gone totally crazy this morning. Um, the 5 minute, as you can see right there, that 5 minute is just completely crazy. Uh, and that's like $15,000 move within 5 minutes. That's just completely insane. Um, I'm eventually going to have it so where we can have higher time frames like a daily. Um, but for like order flow pulse, I want to keep it kind of, I wouldn't say simple, but I just want to keep it so where it doesn't get overwhelmed because some people are going to try and use a heat map for like a 1 minute, a 5 minute, an hour. And when it's not needed, you only need a heat map for one chart. Uh, and also up here in the settings, I added the DOM depth. Right now, if I click that, it needs to default to 1 minute. The DOM depth is set to 300. You don't need anything like 500, 800. That's not really needed because when you're zoomed in, you're not going to see what is way down here. I mean, it really doesn't matter. By the time you get down there, all the information is going to change anyways. So you really only need what's in front of you right here for probably about 100 points. And also, when you zoom in, you can see the numbers right there. But I just try to keep it simple. I'm going to do a video. I'm going to do a video today. I'm going to do a video this afternoon after lunch of setting how I set everything up. I don't use a whole lot of charts. I use like a 1 minute and a 5 minute, and that's basically all I use. The 1 minute and 5 minute, and I got a daily for like the reference and stuff. But there's a lot of stuff I want to be doing this week. I want to try and get the profile here. Let me get another chart up. I'm gonna try and get a profile going. Let me do the NQ, and what I'll do is we'll do like a daily. Uh, we'll do like a daily. That's on the sim account. That's not even there. So as you can see right here on the daily, it is just gone complete. Oh, come on. It's gone completely nuts. Um, we were selling off right down here. We were selling off. I didn't think we'd get there overnight, but hey, we did. Um, the market was selling off. They have to do something. So now the news came out, I guess, about Iran, and now it's like, oh, okay, let's go ahead and travel 1,000 points pre-market. Uh, that's basically what it is. And if you don't, this is a 5 minute. I have everything. This is completely squished down, but because of that whacked out candle of a 5 minute within 1,000 points, it's kind of gotten everything a little crazy right now. But I'm going to show people how I have everything set up in a video today because you want to have these windows where they move around pretty quickly. And if you start having too much stuff, like if you try to go up like 500 levels for the heat map, that takes a lot of resources on the charting platform for NinjaTrader, and it starts slowing things down. Uh, and I am limited to what I can actually do because of NinjaTrader. They have a system in there that will hard refresh stuff if it gets out of control. And it's a good thing because that way the platform won't crash. Right now we're looking at 1 minute. And of course we have the volume bars. You can look at the volume bars. I have that clicked in. I've added something where if you don't want to see the heat map, you can just uncheck that and you don't see the heat map. And of course the moving average. That right there, if you don't want that, you just uncheck moving average. That moving average is basically a Heikin-Ashi data smoothed out with a 9 EMA. We had a sell imbalance kick in. We had a sell imbalance kick in. And of course, the 5 minute is looking like this. Um, it's sloping upwards, so we're definitely still in an uptrend. And if we close below this on a 5 minute and it starts to slope downwards, that's going to be bearish. Right now, the 1 minute is bearish. I mean, we had it pop up, we had a pullback to the moving average. And if you got in there, your stop would be like $1,300. And of course, the target up there is about 1,500. Um, yeah, that's a lot of movement. Free market. You got to be really careful. I want to have another window. Uh, it- it's going to be like a data window. It's going to be done after everything gets released, and when I can get some support for this. It's going to be a data window where it shows like the price of. It shows the maybe like the high and low Asian session or something, and maybe the high and low of the. Right now we're looking at NQ, maybe the high and low of the NQ. It's going to show like the ATR. Also, it'll have the VWAP, the price for the New York session VWAP, things like that. It'll just be like a small window that you can choose, and when you go to new, something that you can choose, and then it will just a small window you can drag around. Let's go over here. Encoder to go live. It should be connected. Yeah. Okay. And there is something up with the settings window. I do have to fix that. Let's see if I can't get it to do it. Okay. It didn't do it that time. Let's try again. Nope. Try again. No. Again. No. So what it will do is when you click settings, it might be like a blank screen. And what you have to do is just close it out and reopen it. It's basically what is called a race condition. It's printing. It has to fill in the background with the color that I have here with the dark background, and then it fills in all this other information. Well, sometimes it that execution that has to fill the background has not completed, and then the rest of this stuff starts printing, and then that background just stays white. I think it's a race condition that I have within the code. Uh, that has to be looked at. But I went on ahead and released it anyways, uh, just so people can have this, so people can change the colors for their candlesticks, the volume, the histogram here, so people can change the color of the bubbles if they want. And right now, if you click on this, we're on the 1 minute mode. It needs to default to the 1 minute. There's been a couple times when I changed something like this and didn't work, and I was like, wait a minute, I wasn't on the right one. So that has to be in there as well. Um, we had a 34 lot kickoff. It's like 9:23. So right now the colors, like you have the candle, the volume bar, the imbalance, and the DOM. There's going to be more options coming. I just have to put them in there. Like the moving average, you'll be able to change the color of the moving average. I just have to get that in there. I'll just have to get that in there, and also the color of the background, you'll be able to change. Some people like using a white or a gray background, dark gray, somewhat of a dark black background, and some people like just solid black. Uh, so there's going to be different options coming. But right now, I want to get the main stuff working. The next big thing I want to get working for the order flow pulse is the volume profile right here. The volume profile I want to get done. So that's there. And if you do not have level two, if you don't have level two, let's say we're looking at the 1 minute right here. Enable level two data, heat map, bid ask DOM. If you're not subscribed to level two from your provider, that is off by default. But if you do have level two, you just need to come in here and click enable. But you do need to pay for it from your provider. Um, Here, let's click on the heat map, and right now. Right now, we've got some wrestling orders up in there. I have it defaulted to 15 right now. Right now, the resting orders is defaulted. Resting orders 15. If we change that to like 20 and we click apply, you see how it takes away some of them. Now, on the histogram for the resting orders, it just checks to make sure there's actually at least one resting order, and it'll do the histogram bars. But for the actual heat map, that is coded in there to only show what you set. And I don't like having that set too high. I mean, too low. If you have this set to like 5, yeah, it looks nice and everything, but it's just a little too much for me, to be quite honest. Resting orders. Let's go to 12. Right now, we got a few minutes. As you can see right here on the 5 minute, we're looking at a 5 minute. We're definitely sloping over, starting to curl over on the moving average. And we got that 45 cell contract that kicked off. Also, I want to get a chart trader. When this is released next month out of beta, out of free version, I want to get chart trader working. There's going to be a button up here, and you click on it, and I don't know if I'm going to have it so where you click on it, another window pops open where you can drag it around. That might be an option. Um, but for a chart trader, I don't know how I really want to set this up. Where if you click a button and then another thing on the right pops up, I kind of would like to have it so where if you click a button, a order execution window pops open, something like this right here. An order execution window pops open, and it'll give you all the information, and then you can do you can do market orders, limit orders, kind of like how it shows on the DOM. If we look at the DOM real quick, I'm not using the DOM today. kinda like how we have the DOM set up. It's gonna have, like, the account, the quantity, the total quantity that you're currently in, your P&L, the market bid orders, the break evens, the cancels, the flatten. It's gonna be like a small window where you can click on it and another window will pop open just for what instrument you have for right here, NQ June 26. Now, if you have the 5 minute, it will show up as well. Um, it'll execute off of whatever instrument that you are currently trading. We are 1 minute. I would strongly suggest, since this market it has been completely whacked out of its mind pre market, I would highly suggest to sit on your hands for at least 5 minutes. We are we are running, folks. We are running. Let me let me get this. So Bullnox has a thing about lagging my connection sometimes. We got caught up. We are selling off. I got caught up with a lag before 434. Where we at? We're at 434. Yeah. Okay, let's center this because we need to stay with it. It's gonna, as you can see right here on the 5 minute, 5 minute, it's just starting to dump. On a 5 minute, we are definitely rolling over. As you can see here, we came back down. We came back up. It's still bearish. We're still curling over on a 5 minute, folks. We got at 479, so seems like it's actually pretty good. I don't have the heat map on for the 5 minute just because I want to be able to move the window around pretty easily. Once you start putting too much on, if you got like 2 or 3 charts of order flow pulse and you start adding heat maps to all of them and start doing that, you're really going to slow it down, to be quite honest, because that is a lot of information for Ninja Trade platform to process. Uh, okay, we're still looking good. Yeah, so I would sit on your hands. Right now, the ATR is quite high, folks. We're roughly, I don't even know where we're at. We're close to 30, to be quite honest. We're close to 30 ATR for a 1 minute. Um, I would really size down today. To be quite honest, I would size down today. Matter of fact, let me take my own suggestion. Let me go to MNQ June 6th, and then I can, if you're running an ATR of like 30, I mean, 25 below is you can sling around a mini and not get clobbered somewhat. Um, but once you start getting into a high ATR, you might want to size down. I want to size down because I've got, this is what I have. Um, this is what I have for I got like account 21. I'm up $260 for today. The funded account, this funded account, it's like $6 there, but that was just to get a trade day in uh overnight because I can't remember when's the last time I executed a trade on that funded account. So what I did was I just jumped to a micro and then I just got into a trade and then I just got out. Uh, just to get a trade day because with Bullnox, if you do not trade for 5 days on an account, I think they send you a nasty email or they might just delete the account. They do something, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I can understand 30 days, but come on, 5 days? Okay, so we got where we have 496, yeah. 489. Yep, it's still in sync. That's nice. We're still in sync. Ready? As you can see here, we are just consolidating right now, folks. We are just consolidating. Let's look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute, as you can see, uh, we had that little whacked out candle that traveled like 1,000 points. I think it was like 800, something like that. 800 points in 5 minutes is nuts. Um, we don't see any real large participation from institution market makers, and that is to be expected probably. I've got financial juice up right here. If you look at financial juice right here, that's where I get the information. As far as news, that's where the news information is. What I would like to do in the future, once this gets released out to the public, and we've got some pretty decent support, and I've gotten everything, kind of the major stuff I want to get wrapped up on this, and get the DOM wrapped up. After the DOM, right now, order flow pulse. There's just a couple of things I need to wrap up. Uh, and I really need to get the order executions done. That should not be that much of a problem because I've already got the executions for the DOM, and I'm going to use that same logic because it's in a different file, the order executions, and it's just a matter of having the buttons and then being able to put the buttons on a window and then just execute them. And all the information's right there on the DOM already. So I just have to create another window. Now, in order to get like the line where if you get in, uh, first, what I want to do is show where you get in. There'll be a line. Uh, and what I really need to do is have a buffer right here on the side so the candle can kind of maybe go over one more column. Have kind of a buffer there. I need to set that. Let me create a note. Cap the resting order level. We already did that. Yeah, that capping the resting order, you don't have that update because I just did that this morning. Uh, uh, Padding right side. Right side padding. We're starting to move up. We're not seeing a whole lot of volume. We had some volume down below when we were getting ready to break that previous 1 minute high. We had some nice volume distribution up there around 481. But yeah, not a lot of large participation from institution market makers, which, and I guess that is to be expected. We got some volume right there. Right up in here, we have some volume. We got big, huge wick on the 1 minute. That's not good because it ran up. We have some big volume up there, and then look at that low volume area right there. That low volume area right there can be traveled through pretty quickly. That's why and we're starting to curl back up on the 1 minute. Once you got past this area right here, this was a low volume area and it traveled up pretty quickly. But now, as you can see, we're hitting the wall with this volume right here. We're hitting the wall. Now we're starting to break through it. Got a large resting order up there at about 20. Yeah. I kind of want to have this off this side so I can actually see it. I know it's kind of 9:40. Market's been open for about 10 minutes. Well, it's 9:39. Get ready to be 9:40. Again, you can just sit on your hands and wait. You don't just need to be clicking buttons. You need to put the odds in your favor and trade your plan. Right now, my plan is sit on my hands for right now. But what I am looking for is like a stacked imbalance. I'm looking for a stacked imbalance. It'll show up yellow for bullish, red for bearish, or I'm looking for a trapped trader. Maybe have a large sell order right here. And then once we break the high of it, we can actually try and get a trade off. Uh, that's what I'm looking for. Let's go to 1 minute. Let's go to resting orders of 15. Yeah. So right now we've got the 5 minute. We closed above it on the 5 minute. Okay, we closed above it on 5 minute. We got a large contract that kicked off at 45. That's one order, one execution right there. These bubbles are just one execution. Okay. We got that news that kind of came out, so we really want to be aware of that. We got a little bit of support right here coming in. So what would be ideal is if we had a run up here and a micro pullback. This is not a micro pullback, to be quite honest. I don't like that. That's not really a micro pullback. We have a sell and bounce that kicked off. We have another sell and bounce right there. So we got a sell and bounce that kicked off, as you can see right here, even on a 5 minute, it's kicking off on a 5 minute. It kicked off on a 1 minute right here. We got sell and bounce, and they took that sell and bounce back. And right now we took that one back too. So this is telling me that there's a folks, I know you want to be clicking buttons and trading and passing evals and getting funded accounts and then moving your funded accounts up, but you really got to pick the market conditions that you're in. Uh, the news that is going on right now, I really think the best thing to do is just sit on your hands. Yes, you can easily come up here and then try to get this and make stuff like $600, but you can also get clobbered for $600 pretty quickly. You need to put the odds in your favor, and even when the market's moving the way it is, you really need to stick to your plan. Right now, I'm seeing a wick on this 1 minute, wick right here on this 1 minute. Here, let me take out the heat map. Let me take out the, we got buy and bounce right there. We got buy and bounce area. We got buy and balance. You got support right there, and it took it away. You need to wait for the buy and bounces to come in and stay, and then you go to the next candle and see if you can't get a trade off. They're stacking on the bids right there around 545. So they're stacking on the bids. That's nice. They're stacking on the bids. As you can see right here, that's why I got a hollow candle, because they're stacking on the bids. It's actually looking pretty good. Last week, I got clobbered pretty hard last week on the news. On the news, on one of the evals, I blew up an eval because I got caught up in the news. It happened to me twice that morning, one without news, and it just slammed down, and I was up in profits. I was in 3 minis, and I was taking profits, and I moved to a stock market break even, and it just blew right past it and clobbered me, and then I got caught up in the news with Iran. I don't know what time it was, and then that's when it just smoked right down, and it last week was crazy. Last week, we had FOMC meeting. We had expiration for the NQ. So, and then Friday was the actual expiration day. So last week was really nuts, and I got clobbered on an eval. Um, I didn't trade a funded account last week just because it wasn't an ideal market. It really wasn't an ideal market. And I was hoping this week would be better. And I'm thinking this week will be better. This week will be better than last week because we don't have FOMC, we don't have expiration. I mean, we still got the Iran uh, crap going on, and I wish they'd do something. It's really hard to trade the news. Uh, yeah, folks, this is just, as you can see right here. Of course, it just got recentered. We're just sitting here. I mean, let me take that out. You can go ahead and download this update for order flow pulse. Everything is there. I need to put out. I'm going to put out a video this afternoon after lunch. I'm going to put out a video, show you all the options, show you how I set my charts up, how I trade them. I'm going to do that. A video that after lunch. It should be up there tonight, so you can take a look at it. But look at this. I need a drawing tool. I need a CodeMare drawing tool for this chart. Because when you do an add-on, you get nothing from Ninja Trader. If you do an indicator and you attach it to a Ninja Trader chart, then you get all kinds of cool stuff they have. But hey, that's fine with me. We got a big, huge wick right here. We got a big, huge wick right here on this 1 minute. We got a big red bar. Of course, it's blue violet for me because, well, I'm different. I kind of like that. Kinda- And then we got a big, huge bullish bar. We're just slopping around. We're slopping around from like here to here. Okay, that right there, $2,000. That's 116 points. Okay, you got to be careful. You got to size down. I mean, I'm already sized down. I'm not trading. Right now, we're at 40 ATR, roughly about 40 ATR. I need to code in that window, but I'll get everything done eventually. I just want to get things locked down. But we're at a 40 ATR. I have sized down. I am not slinging minis around. I'm slinging micros around. We got a large resting order up here. We got about 40, no, we got 83, about 80 resting order right up there around 5.5. I'll see if it gets filled. Let's get the volume up there. We got, right here, we're looking at the heat map. The heat map settings for 1 minute. I need to fix that too. When you're on a 1 minute mode, it needs to default to 1 minute. All the bells and whistles will get put in eventually, folks. Resting orders is set to 15. So these bars are 15. When it's dark and low opacity, that just means low resting order. When it's kind of dark like this area right here, or kind of like this area, when it's kind of like, I guess, a lighter color, the opacity is up there. That means it's larger resting order. Of course, you can see on the histogram right there. And also right here on the histogram right here, you can see the histogram like that. And also I have, for the settings, I have it set to the DOM depth of 150. That's 150, just because what's way down here, I could care less what's way down here because it's going to change. It's going to change once we get there. So there's no reason to have that data using up resources on the platform when it's not needed. Okay. We got a large resting order up here at 561, roughly about 560, about 560. We got some resting orders. Looks like about 50. Then yeah, about 50 resting orders. We're kind of going up, down, up, down. We're not really doing very much. We look at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute, folks. It's starting to flatline slowly. If we can get this 5 minute candle closed, It'll flatline on the 5-minute moving average, which would be nice. Let's see what we can do. Right now, I can't trade anything. Right now, we are in an uptrend for the 1-minute moving average, but I can't do anything because how can I trade something like this when I don't have any direction to really go off of, right? Like right here, we got a buy and bounce right there. We got a buy and bounce right there. Up, then it got taken away. We got some volume kicking in around 570. We had a buy and balance, and I do like that, but it got taken away. You need to wait for the buy and balance. You need to wait for the bar to close. If you get a buy and balance, if you get a buy and bounce right here, you got to wait until the bar closes, folks, because it can be taken away pretty quickly. You got to wait for it to close, and you can use that as support. The buy and bounce, I have set to yellow. Buy and bounce, I have set to yellow. Yeah, I don't like that. I was getting ready to execute. I just don't like that. Um,
Order filled.
we need to pop, folks. We need to pop. We're still sloping up on the 5-minute. Um, we're coming down on low volume. We got support down there at 537. You really got to be careful right now.
Order filled.
I mean, you really got to be careful right now, folks, because this thing can smoke you.
Order filled. Order filled.
Starting to peel some off. I got one left. We got some low volume up there. We need to start filling out that volume. We got some, I'm up 30 points. 33. Come on, man. Um, all right, we got support right there around 80. About, what is it, 580? You see that large resting orders right there around 580. I've already peeled off half my position. Come on, can you give me 40 points? Yep, you got my, all right, I can get my 40. All right, you see that large green bar right there? That large green bar right there? I got to go back here. If we start losing the low of this, as you can see right there, we have some selling on, right there on that blue valve. We got some resting orders up there around 610, around 610. We got some resting orders. We need to chew through that. If we can't get through that and we start selling, we got a large order that just kicked off. We got 38 contracts on one execution that just kicked off. I'm gonna have to get out of this if we start breaking through, folks. If we start breaking through, I got to dump it and I'm
Order
out.
filled.
All right, so let me go through this. Why I actually got in. This is not a trading signal thing. Most of the time, I trade too fast for you to follow me, and I want to teach you what I know, and then you can go ahead and catch the fish yourself. This is basically. Let me take a look at this. What we have here. So the reason I got out is because, for one, you see that low volume right up here at that low volume? We got some resting orders up here. And I look at the histogram, and it was a pretty thick area. That's why I got out, because I was like, we're losing steam, and then we're going to be pulling back to this order flow bar moving average. Oh, we got a buy and balance, but it just got taken away. We had very low volume up here, and we start drifting down. When you start drifting down, folks, when you start drifting down, and let me bring this up, let me zoom in. You have very low volume up here. You got a big ledge right here. You got a dark green bar right there, right here, which means pretty good positive delta. But the thing is, we were losing this area right here around 603. We were losing that. Think of if you're standing on that ledge and you walk off that ledge, there's nothing down here supporting you. That's why we kind of moved down. I don't know, but that's what I am assuming. Because I've been looking at this for 10 years, I kind of get the feel of the NQ. I mean, the NQ and I have been friends for like 10 years. Well, I wouldn't say we've been friends. It's kind of been a love-hate relationship. But like right here, if you start losing this thick buy-in volume area, you got to start thinking about getting out. So once that 38 contracts kicked in on one execution, I'm like, man, I that's 38. We've got this lower volume than up here. We were losing this big distribution of volume, and then once I saw that where did I get out? Where did I get out? 592. 592. I got out right here around 592. I got out right here because I knew we were. I saw the volume, the delta starting to pick up. The selling volume was picking up on this candle right here. We were breaking this area right here towards the low right there, and I'm like, man, if we're breaking that area, and if I and in my last contract and I take too much heat, I'm coming down here, and there's no way $640. No, I ain't doing that. No way. Even though I was trading micros, I traded a handful of micros. Because I'm not trading no minis. I'm not going to get slaughtered like a pig today. Right now, we're at 34 ATR, somewhere around there. We were up around 40 earlier. It needs to be like 25 ATR. It needs to be around 25 ATR for me to sling around minis. Just because this market can move pretty quickly. And I want to protect the account that I'm currently trading, okay? Right now, I just need $1,000 on this eval account to pass it. Why am I on a crazy day like this? Why am I going to risk it and then blow that? No way. I'm not doing it. I'm going to pick my battles, the ones that I'm thinking I can win. But why did I get in? The reason I got in is because right here we had all this consolidation right here. Okay, we had all this consolidation. We were breaking through on this candle right here. So we broke through on this candle right here. We had large buy-in right here. Okay, we had large buy-in right here. So you could have gotten in and maybe get yourself a couple $100. We had thin volume. So I got in. The volume was thinning out. We came back down here, and then I'm like, okay, it's sloping upwards. We've got the 5-minute at the time. We were breaking that right there. The 5-minute is starting to slope up. I'm thinking, okay, maybe we can come up here and test this area right here. Okay, maybe we can come and test this area right here for about 40 points. I roughly got about 40 points, not on all the contracts, because I started peeling some off. And then what I did was I got in here. I took a little bit of heat right here. Okay. I took a little bit of heat, but what I did was I added to the trade when we came down here. And I added to the trade because we were sloping up on the moving average. Also, I added to the trade because of these resting bids right here. I was using them as support. Okay. I was looking at the histogram. I'm like, okay, I'm using them as support. If we start breaking this area right here, okay, we start breaking this area right here, I am out because more than likely we're going down even further. And I'm not going to take that much heat. So I did not go into a full position here. I did a starter position right here. Okay. And then it came down to this area right here, and I added to the position. So my cost average was roughly about like down to here. Okay. Because I got in here, we moved down using those bids as support. And then I'm looking at the volume. We're really not picking up. The delta wasn't too bad. And then we started moving up. As soon as we started moving up in this area, I started peeling some off. Once we got up here, I saw that low volume. I started peeling the rest of it off. And then once we broke this area right here, I got completely out. That's what I did. And I did that on micros. Could I have done this on minis and passed the account? Yes. But I'm not taking that type of risk when the ATR was climbing. Okay. I'm not taking that type of risk when the ATR is climbing. We're like at 40 and like 950, we were roughly about 38, somewhere around there. So I'm not taking that kind of risk and blowing an eval that I'm getting ready to pass. Do I care about passing it? Yes. Do I care about passing it today? No. This actually would have been a really nice trade too, but we were kind of flatlining right here. Okay. The 5 minute is sloping upwards. That's bullish. Okay. We're sloping upwards. We got that 45 right there. You kind of have to be aware of that because you got a seller that is interested, but you got a 34 and a 42. Another reason why I kind of sized down is because I'm not seeing large participation on the NQ. And normally, large participation for me on the NQ is like 50 to 100 contracts being slung around in one execution. Those are institutions and market makers, okay, that are doing that. You don't have retail traders slinging around 50, 100 contracts. I mean, and if it is a retail trader doing that, they might as well be with the big boys anyways. So, I what do you see right here on the 5 minute? Or let me blow it up a little bit. What do you see on the 5 minute? Well, for one, I see this big, huge candle that ran up like 800 points within 5 minutes. So, well, you got news that came out. So, that's why you're probably not seeing a lot of large participation, is because institutions and market makers are thinking, okay, it's not a favorable market. This could get a little bit wacky. We don't know. And these institutions play off of each other. You got like Goldman Sachs that knows what Citadel's doing, what BlackRock's doing, and vice versa. You got all that. They know what each other are doing because they can see what each other are doing because they have the trade IDs. They're privileged to that information. We as retail traders are not privileged to that information, but everything is regulated. So when an order gets executed, it has to go to the CME, and then it goes to your data feed, and then it comes to your little charting system. That's just the way it is. Right now, we're trying to follow the steps of where the institution market makers are. So we had a run up here. This right here, you can call this a pullback right here. It's kind of like I would like it to be a little bit lower. But you had big, huge volume right there. You got the big volume right there. I mean, you could have gotten in on the break of that, got right there. I mean, that right there is like 15 points. On a mini, that's $300. I wouldn't be slinging around a mini right now on a 50. If you're trading an account that's like $50,000, let's be honest, you're not trading a $50,000 account. You're trading a $2,500 account because that is what your blow up is. This Bullnox account that I traded that I got, I only need $1,000 left to pass. This is not a $50,000 account. It's a $2,500 account because that's your blow up. So you got to be aware of that. And these prop firms are definitely aware of it because they make a killing off of people blowing accounts up. So where are we going? We're probably going back down to this balanced market area right up in here. We're probably coming back down to this area. Yep, right here. We'll probably come back down to this area. You got a little bit of participation right here on this is a 5-minute chart. We're starting to slope upwards. Would I try and short right here? No. Why? Because the 5-minute moving average is sloping upwards. That's why. It needs to be the 5-minute and the 1-minute need to be in a line with each other. We got a big selling balance that just kicked off. So we actually might start moving down. But you got to think of where all this distribution is right up in here. Okay, you've got a large resting uh, bids sitting down there at like around 510, 511. So are we going to come down there and test them? Well, we don't know. Let me bring up another chart right here. Let me bring up another chart, another order flow pulse. I'm going to see the NQ June 26. I want to look at the range chart of this. Don't need that. This is a range chart. And if you look at the settings on the range chart that I have here, it's a little bit different than what most people are probably used to. I'm using a range chart, 48 ticks. But what I'm doing is I am tick merging it. It's bend to 4 ticks. So each volume bar is 1 point. So I've got a range of 48 range, but I'm tick merging the data to smooth it out because the NQ trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. So, and it, and that's what I like to do. And minimum volume is 1. This is really kind of squirrely today. This is just not conducive to really good trading. Today is not conducive to really good trading, to be quite honest. It's kind of whacked out today, folks. Kind of whacked out. It's kind of whacked out. Oh, I don't have, yeah, I don't have the histogram on there. Uh, yeah, because that loads up. Maybe I need to read that. Okay, we got a buy and balance area right there. On the 1 minute just got taken away. We got a sell and bounce right there on the. But yeah, this is just all kind of nutty this morning. To be quite honest, this is really really nutty this morning. I mean, we've already traveled 80 points down, and then we're traveling back up like 50 points. Uh, you got the 5 minutes right here. As you can see here, the 5 minute is still sloping upwards on the moving average. So I wouldn't be trying to go short. We're right here in the middle of this range right here. This is 100 point, 140 point range, roughly 100 and a half range, maybe. We don't have a lot of large participation from institutions and market makers. Um, w- yeah, see, this is, I mean, you got a nice little trade right there. And I did get a trade here, and then it kind of came down. Then I put in the rest of my position. Then I was in my full position right here, and then full position right here, and then I started peeling some off here, and then I peeled some off here, and then I just got out the rest right here. So, yeah. And the reason I sized down is just the ATR was kind of crazy. Right now, we're right at about 33 somewhat. I really need a window, another data window, just a small data window for me to look at what the ATR is for a 1 minute 14 period. 1 minute. We got a buy contract that just kicked off. We got some buy contracts. It kicked off at what is that, 38? Yeah, it's like 38 contracts. We got another 38 that kicked off. That's one execution. So you got some, whoops, let me redo this. You got some buy-in right up in here. Okay, so you can use them as support. Now, would I get in this trade? Well, you got some resting orders up in there, but you probably want to wait until this candle closes, to be quite honest, because we are in the middle of a range. Okay, we're in the middle of this range right here. You got large resting orders at 591. We're in the middle of a range. You got to be aware of that. And right here, you're looking at a 5 minute. So if you're looking at a 5 minute right here, that's fine. You're looking at a 5 minute that's sloping upwards. Like I said, I wouldn't be taking any shorts. Like I said earlier, I wouldn't be taking any shorts right now. Like I said, when we started coming down to here, I was like, I wouldn't be taking any shorts. Just because the 1 minute was sloping down doesn't mean anything. You got to look at a higher time frame. And right now we can use these buyers as support. You got like 35, 40, or you got more contracts that kicked off right here. So uh don't be doing that. We're running up on thin volume. You can use them as support. These buyers right here can be used as support. I'm gonna go order. You got buy and bounce area right there. And if you really want to look, you can look at the live pulse. I don't use the live pulse just because it's kind of hard for me to trade that kind of stuff. Let me enable the settings here. Uh, Kind of hard for me to trade the live pulse. It's kind of like a book map thing. It's kind of hard for me to trade that, to be quite honest. We got 47 contracts that kicked off, and we're kind of holding it. As you can see, probably that large bubble was that 47 contracts. We got some resting orders there at 585 on the bids, or sitting about 100 of them sitting on the bids right there. As you can see, there's about 100 of them sitting on the bids right there. On the live pulse, we're roughly 150 DOM depth. You don't have that DOM depth, folks. You don't have that DOM depth. We probably don't even need that. We could probably just get away with a 100, to be quite honest. Uh, what's the resting orders? Resting orders is 5. I need to bump that up. So maybe 15. Yeah. Because if you have it too much, it's going to slow the system down, as you can see right here. You got too much information on there. We got some large buy-in that just kicked in. We got a buy and balance area right there. We got a buy and balance area right there. You can use that as support. It's coming right back down. It's taking out that buy and balance area. That's pretty strong. That's a triple stack buy and balance area. I think that the settings could be off a little bit. 1 minute. No, it's not. And balance 4, levels 3. Okay, that's pretty good. That's what I normally have. We got a sell contract that just kicked off with a moving average sloping upwards. Let's see if the seller gets trapped up in here. Because you got all these buyers right here. These they're interested in buying right here. They are interested in buying. Resting orders up there around 642. I really don't want it to break too violently. It's starting to build up.
Order
I
filled.
really don't want it to break too violently.
Order filled.
Get a pullback. We got another seller interested here.
Order filled.
We got another seller that is interested in selling. Are they going to get caught? Is the question. We need them to start stacking on the bids here. We got some low volume kicking in. Got the order flow bar moving average sloping upwards. We got those buyers down there for support. We got 67 contracts, buy contracts that just kicked off on one order. So they are definitely looking to push this thing up. How far are they going to run this mother lover? I have no idea. But if we break this, we got some large resting orders up there around 6.5 or so. This needs to break.
Order filled.
All right, I'm out at 5 points just because I just don't like this. I really want it to break pretty good. There we go. So you can use this as support right here. We got buy and balance. We got low volume right here. So yep, and they're going to come up here and probably test them 659s up here. We got some buying up in this area. I just got out for a quick 5 points because I just didn't like how long it really took, to be quite honest. Plus, we had this low volume right here, and I just kind of saw this right here, and I just kind of got out. Um, Also, we've traveled quite far from the moving average. We've traveled like 45 points away from the moving average. And when you look at this, a lot of times what it will do is it will kind of it will run up and deviate from the moving average. You see how it kind of deviated here from the moving average and kind of pulled back? like 30, 35 points, because when it deviates from the moving average too far, it likes to pull back. Kind of like like a lot of scalpers will use the 9 EMA. And I use the 9 EMA quite a bit, but this moving average bar right here, my custom moving average is taking the custom moving average is taking the Heikin-Ashi data, because I read some papers about the institutions and their high frequency trading. What they did was they took the Heikin-Ashi data, which Heikin-Ashi just stands for average bar in Japanese. So they take the Heikin-Ashi data, and I'm taking that data and I'm smoothing it out in the code with a 9 exponential moving average. And that is basically what this is. So if you throw on a 9 EMA onto another chart, it'll be roughly about the same. Not really, but it will be in the right direction. You don't need to use this moving average. You can just throw on a 9 EMA on another chart. I'm just using this because the Heikin Ashi is good for trend trading, but I don't like looking at the bars. But I'll take the data and then I'll smooth it out with the 9 EMA. And as long as I'm above this right here, just like the 5 minute, that's why I took the second trade of the day, is because, well, we're still above the moving average on a 5 minute chart. We're still above it. And also, we've had some large buyers kick in. And like I said, you can use these buyers right here, you can use them as support. Okay. We start breaking down this low about round four half, you're going to probably go test this area down low. Um, and also, will be below the moving average more than likely on the 5 minute. So you can use them as support. That's basically what I do. So that is what that moving average is. It's the Heikin Ashi data smoothed out with the 9 EMA. We had a nice buy and bounce. The one thing I didn't like about this, and I was kind of leery. I was leery about it because we had a triple stack buy and bounce. It wasn't that much volume in there, but we just kind of sliced right through it down to this area. And that is, to me, that's a little too much of a movement. Okay, and plus we went past this volume area right here, and we just kind of sliced right on through. But it did deviate from the moving average quite a bit. I don't know where we took our first trade. Yeah, so I just scalped about 5 points off of this. I don't even know where the other trade was. Oh well, it don't matter. Um, Oh, got 164 contracts kicked off. You got some big participation from institutions or market makers. You got some big participation now. You got that 67, you got that 65, you got the 164. I wouldn't be trying to short this market at all today, to be quite honest, folks. You got some large players getting ready to come into the market. It's like 10:30. Where the heck were they in the morning time? Where the heck were they? And look at this. You got the live pulse right there, just cranking up a little bit. You got some resting orders up in here, but you got them large participation of the large buyers on a 5 minute. It's sloping upwards, and 1 minute it's sloping upwards. We got a little bit of resistance up here around 670 up in this area. We're gonna have to chew through that 63 offers right there. You got to chew through the 63 offers around there we go. We're starting to, and we're kind of drifting down a little bit. That's to be expected. That's to be expected. We got the 5 minute. You got some large participation from the institutions, folks. You got some large participation. I wouldn't be trying to short this market today, to be quite honest. I would not short it. Plunge protection team is in full effect. I'll be right back. Uh, we got the plunge protection team in full force, folks. Okay, we got some bids sitting right up in here. We got some bids sitting right up in here around 671, right up in here about 675. They're sitting up there. They're holding them off. Uh, we got really large resting orders up here at 700. 700, you got some large resting orders up there. Wow, we got some nice volume kicking in, about 75 right there. Right there. Look at that. We got some nice volume there. It looks like that could be some order slicing right there, folks. That could be order slicing, or that could be some iceberg right there. They're trying to buy it right there. You see how that 75, how that kicked in, but we didn't see it. Uh, but we didn't see it. Uh, Here on the 1 minute. And the reason for that is because it's not one execution, it's multiple executions. These bubbles uh, aggregate the volume within 100 milliseconds. Alrighty. That was me just plugging in my external drive. We got some large participation now, folks. We got 670. I could probably close down the CME feed there. Oh, we got a little dump right there, a little dumperooey. A little dumperooey. Alrighty. This is what we got. We got any news coming out? No. We got Trump at roundtable at 5 o'clock. That's about it. We don't have very much going on today, folks. Not much is going on with the news cycle. We had some crazy news coming out this morning. We finally got a few trades off. Finally got some trades off. Um, we finally got some trades off, folks. Let me go ahead and start recording this. Let's see if we can't get ourselves some recordings for the site. Try to get some recordings for an ad too, to be quite honest. I need some B-roll. I need some B-roll. I need some B-roll, folks. I need a B-roll. Ooh. You know, earlier if I was thinking recording this would have been a nice move for an ad for a B-roll. That would have been pretty nice. Oh, yes, sirree. That would have been nice. We got some B-roll going. Okay. This is what we got, folks. We came up here. We kind of trickled down right up there at 700. You got some large wrestling orders up there at 700. We kind of ran up a little bit. We are starting to move down. We ran up. We're starting to pull back down. Right here is what you want to look for. We that 164, that 65. This area, they are losing that area, but you still got to think you've got this right here as support. Okay, whoops. You still got that as support right there. That area right there. You got to be aware of that. I am going to be putting on a volume profile here. Right here, this is the DOM. Right here, the bid and ask, a little histogram for the DOM. I am going to be putting on we got a large buying right there that kind of kicked off, but that's kind of low delta because you see that bubble, how it has low opacity? That means low delta. If you have a bubble that is dark green, that means high positive delta, folks. That means high positive delta. We are definitely sloping, starting to curl over on the 1 minute moving average, but look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute is not curling over. We just got a pullback. And also, you need to think about this. you've got institution market makers in this area that are more interested in buying, okay? Are they going to defend that locations? Are they just looking for a little pullback to get, taking a little bit of profits, getting a little bit of pullback, building it up, okay, and then we start slamming in again with another 50, 100 contracts? Uh, we don't know. We got the order flow pulse right here. The order flow pulse is over here. It's a running, it's doing its thing. We got the 1 minute, we got the 5 minute running. All this windows right here is stuff that I coded in. This is not NinjaTrader charts. This is an add-on that I coded. Uh, it's free to use for now. Next month it's not going to be free. I need support for this in order for me to keep going. I can't do this for free. Um, it's going to be dirt cheap. I mean, the first couple hundred people, it's going to be like $95 for a whole year. That's like $8 a month. And if somebody like me can take this stuff right here, take this information and make money, I'm pretty sure you can do the same thing. Just a matter of learning how to do it. Right now, these buyers are taking some heat. Okay. What I was looking for earlier, this is the reason why I took the trades, to be quite honest. Um, all right. Let's take off the volume. Let's take off that. Let's take this off as well. What I look for in a trade, okay, I took off all the volume. I took off all the histogram. Okay, I don't care what the market's doing right now. I've already made a couple trades. It's 10:30. Uh, the 5 minute is still sloping upwards. We're just doing a pullback on the 5 minute. The reason I took this trade right here, okay, the reason I took this trade, I can't remember if it was this bar or if it was this one right here. I can't remember. Uh, I can't remember, but the reason I took the trade is because we were sloping upwards. Right here, we were sloping upwards on the 1 minute, and the 5 minute was looking about the same. Okay, there's the 5 minute. Okay, it was looking about the same. Uh, let me kind of scroll that out a little bit. Um, okay, we had a buy and balance right there, but that buy and balance right there was I have it set to yellow because if you go to your settings, wait a minute, go to your colors. I have the buy the buy and balance set to yellow, and balance the imbalance cell set to red. Okay, that was good. And plus we have all these bars right here that we could use as support. You have this seller. The thing about this seller is I think that looks like 38 contracts. The thing about the seller is we closed above it, okay? That's what I like to see is sellers getting trapped on an upward sloping moving average. We got that 40 lot that got trapped as well. We got 67 buy contracts right here. So once you start breaking this area right here, that 38 took heat. That's 48 is taking heat. Okay, and you got the 5 minute moving average sloping upwards. You got the 5 minute looking good. Okay, you got the 1 minute moving average sloping upwards. So you can go ahead and start taking some. Now, right up in here, I think right up in here we saw these contracts, and then we started coming back down. And I didn't like it. That's why I just took my 5 points and moved on. But if you were able to hold and you got this right here, and maybe you don't get the whole move, maybe you get this right here and get yourself about 30 points. That would be pretty good. Where would your stop be? Well, if you're going to get in here, you can use this 67 as support, okay? So that's like 20 points. So that's roughly about 20 points, okay? I mean, 20 points and you got yourself a 40-point move right here. So that's like a two for one, or that's a 2 for 1, or if you really want that. Okay, so that's why I got in because this trap seller wasn't. I'd like for it to be like 50, 100 lots and actually the bar to be green and then really go at it. This was kind of like a spinning top with the trap seller, but the bar didn't close green. It wasn't ideal. I like the bar to close green and then get in on the high and try to get a nice little pop. Okay, and we eventually did get that because this bar right here, we had a bullish engulfing from that spinning top. You had 67. You can actually even get in here and use this as support, okay, for about 20 points. You might have taken a little bit of heat, maybe 8 points, but then you roughly came up here and then you eventually get out about right here for about 25 points on a mini. That's like $500. That's why I got into the trade is because we were sloping upwards and I saw those sellers get trapped. Now, you can also use a large buyers. If there were no sellers right here, that's fine. You can use the large buyers right here. You can use this large buyer right here, this area right here, because you got that 37, you got that triple stacked and balanced, you got that 67. So if we close here and we start breaking this area right down here, you can possibly get out and maybe get yourself a run for about 30 points. We got a sell and bounce kicked off to 1 minute. It's starting to flatline. Okay. This is telling me to just stay away. When you see a flat line and moving average, just stay away. It needs to be sloping upwards. Okay. The momentum needs to be upwards. The momentum needs to be upwards. Uh, that's a pretty steep pullback. Okay. I mean, on the 5 minute, if you look at the 5 minutes, 5 minutes looking pretty decent. You got them bubbles right there. You got them bubbles right there. They're looking halfway decent. Do, 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 do. You got all that buying support. Like right now, I wouldn't be trying to short this market at all, man. Not at all. That's just me. Can you short here and then cover here? Yeah. But that to me, that's not in my trading plan. That's not my rules to get into a trade. Oh wow, look at that. Boy, that thing got smoked. Phew. We're flatlining on a 1 minute. You really just want to stay out. Stay out when it's flatlining like that. Just stay out. Put the odds in your favor. If you put the odds in your favor, you could be good to go. Now, right now, we're starting to come back on. We got a little resting, about 610. You got some resting bids right there. Yeah. Um, that might slow them down. This area right here, 606, 610, 606. That might slow them down a little bit. Um, we got a big pullback on the 5 minute. It's getting on the 5 minute. We got a big pullback on the 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute right here, that's a pretty decent pullback right here. It had a run up. This could be like a 5 minute pullback, a little small pullback, and then we have another run up. We have no idea. But what we do know is that there's a lot of large buyers that are interested. This is institution market maker activity. You don't have retailers slinging around that kind of size. Now, these bubbles right here are one order, multiple contracts. Okay. So that 164 was one order that I'm reading that's coming in. On the live pulse right here, that's aggregated to 100 milliseconds. So you can see like 100, 200 number on a large live pulse, but you're not going to see it up here on this chart on the 1 minute or on the 1 minute. And the reason for that is not one execution, but the live pulse can give you an idea of, hey, is there order slicing going on? Because sometimes they'll do order slicing. Instead of doing 100 contracts, they'll just do 10 contracts 10 times. 10 contracts, 10 orders, there's your 100. That's just order slicing that the institutions, market makers like to do. Uh, that's why you can look at this and be like, okay, and then you can see that. And if you see like 50 contracts kick off within 100 milliseconds, that's pretty decent size. That's pretty decent size. For the live pulse, I have pressing orders of 15, large volume set to 10. I gotta look at the code for that. Yeah, we could possibly shut that recording down. I'll take a look at that later and see if we got anything good. Um, this area right here, we've got the moving average 1 minute sloping downwards. We've got a stacked sell imbalance right there. We did have a stacked sell imbalance right there. But you need to sit on your hands. Why? Because the 5 minute is still sloping upwards. We're still bullish on the 5 minutes. So is this just a pullback to a run up? That's why you don't want to just be looking at a 1 minute. You got to look at a higher time frame, whether it's a 5 minute or a 15 minute or whatever. You got to look at the higher time frame to see the context of the market. And you got to look at all of these buyers right here for support. Okay, this 67 right here, there was interest right there. And so we're coming down here. You see how we came down here into this area and we kind of moved up. We're coming down and we're filling out this area with a little consolidation. It's because they're probably just defending that area. They're not going to be throwing in any large orders. I mean, they could, but they're probably just defending this area right here. I mean, where's the next support area is way down here. Okay. I really need a drawing tool. I need to code me a nice drawing tool. So we're starting to lose that 67. Whoops, we got some offers sitting down there. We got some offers sitting down there right up in here. We got some offers sitting down there. Um, yeah, we got some offers sitting down here at around 591 right up in here. You got 22, 31, 16. You got some offers sitting there. You got offers sitting there at 595 at 26. So, and then moved up to 6. Yeah. So you got to keep an eye on this kind of stuff too. We're starting to lose the 5 minute moving average. We're right at it. We kind of peaked down below it. They're probably going to defend this area because this is 590. We got some 30, about 50 contracts right up in this area, about 591. They could defend that area because you got to think about it. You got those buyers right there. You got them buyers. So they could defend the area. Um, what would be really nice, if we came down here to 591 and we saw a little absorption trade kick off, that would be really nice. You see what I'm talking about? How you don't want to be short in this market just because the 1 minute was looking good. I mean, okay, you can counter trend trade, but you got to be good at it and you got to be quick. Okay. And you can't be an undisciplined trader. We've got a buying balance, but that kind of didn't do anything. As you can see right here on the 5 minute, look at this. The 5 minute we ran up and we're kind of bouncing right off the moving average, the order flow bar moving average. We're kind of bouncing off of that, quite honest. So that's why I said I wouldn't be shorting. That 5 minute moving average needs to be sloping downwards for me to short. I will sit here. I will sit here. Like right now, we've only taken a couple of trades. At least I have. They've been 2 winners, so, that's good. Oh, well, let's come down here to the 591. Come down here to the 591. Let's see if we can get some absorption right here. We got down here. Come on, come on, come on. You can do it. What I'd like to see is us to come down here to the 591 area where these bids are sitting down here. I'd like for us to come down here. And what I would like to see on the 1 minute chart is right here at around around that area. Okay, around this area right here where those where they're sitting there. What I'd like to see is a large sell order kickoff. One or either large red order live pulse bubbles. And we're talking like 100 within like 50 to 100 with within one bubble because that is like 100 milliseconds. That's aggregated to 100 milliseconds of all the orders. Now, the bubbles right here on the 1 minute, that's just one execution of how many contracts. Let's come down here. 600. Yeah, come on down to the 600. And it did kind of bounced off of it. Let's come down here. Ooh, at 551 right here, you got some uh, large resting orders down there at 551. Um, what do I have this set to? The 1 minute, the resting orders is set to 15. Let's bump this up to 20. You see how that changed the heat map? You see right there how that changed the heat map? Okay, are we coming down? Are we coming down? Yes, there we go. So right now we're at 591, and we got some orders filling right there. We got a sell and bounce kicked off. We got a nice little battle kicking off right up in here around the 585, and we're still moving down. I just wouldn't short this market quite yet, to be quite honest. I just wouldn't short it, but that's just me, folks. That's just me. We had a nice hammer forming on the 1 minute. Boy, we came down here. I really would like to have seen a big seller right there. Because what I'm looking for, you'll see if you go to the site to the YouTube channel, you'll see where I have trapped sellers uh, and how I like to do the setup. It's hard for me to do it off of a live pulse like this, kinda like a book map style thing just because I have not traded like that. I've traded for 10 years, and I've never used stuff like this. I've always used order flow. Uh, see, this is why I really wouldn't be trying to short this market, folks, because you got these buyers right there, they just come down. I mean, we have no idea if these people right here are willing to take heat. If this institution market makers are willing to take some heat and then get in right here and then just start running it right back up here for about 50, 100 points. We have no idea. What we do know is we got a buy and balance right here. We got a buy and balance right there. We got a buy and balance area. Here, let me see if I can get some more B-roll maybe. Maybe I can kick this off. Start recording again, get some B-roll. It's about 10 minutes to 11. All right, let's see if we can see what we can do here, folks. Let's see what we can. Let's see. We see the reason I put them hollow candles in there. You see the green little bars right there. Those are the bids. That's probably a spoofer coming in and out. Okay, who knows? Um, but what I like to see is right here, the green bars start lighting up. They need to start coming in for support because I've got this set to, on a 1 minute, I got the resting order set to 20. Okay. So that's what I like to see when we come in down to an imbalance area. Okay. If you really want to get into the trade, you can get into a trade when we move back down to the imbalance area. But if you get into the trade here, your stop's down here. So that's like about 20 points. Okay. Uh, your 40 points right here, okay? But you got to think about where you're at. Okay. Right here is a consolidation right up in here. This whole area right here was consolidation, and you're right in the middle of it. So maybe don't go in like full size. Maybe just go in half. And if you do get a run, then at least you make some. But I just don't. I see. I'm very picky. Okay, something like this is ideal. And the earlier trade, I think we made like 30 or 40 points. I can't remember. Um, that's just how I like. This right here is just balanced market area right here. This is just balanced market area right here. We could probably have like a pullback. You can probably have a pullback right here, and maybe we're getting a pullback, and then you can get in on the break of the high once this closes. The 5 minute, like I said, I wouldn't be shorting this market. I wouldn't try to short this market. Just look at the 5 minute. We're still sloping upwards. We didn't close below it. We closed right at it, and then we're still coming up here. So this is just kind of, I wouldn't be trying to short this market and really wouldn't be going long either. I mean, if you wanted to take this buying balance, you definitely had to have been out by like right now. Um, and quite honest, you got to be out. You got to be out right there. Um, I come on. I didn't take it just because we're in a whole area of balance right here. This whole area right here. Okay, and you're trying to get in right in the middle of this. That's not what you're looking for. That's why you gotta just sit on your hands. You gotta sit on your hands and be patient. You gotta be patient and wait for the proper setup. And if I did take this trade, I would have been out. I would have been out right here, just out. Just take my loss. But here's the thing. I've already made some money. I've already made some money. I got the account that I'm trading today. It's green. I'm not going to sit there and give money back. Just I'm not going to sit. I've already got an account that's green. I'm not going to sit there and give money back. That's crazy. I wouldn't be doing that. I mean, we've already made roughly about 40 points on a couple of trades. I wouldn't be giving money back on non-ideal trades. And if you did take a trade like this, okay, if you did take a trade like this, you really got to look. You did that triple buy and bounce. Let's say it opened here and it came down here, and then you got in roughly about right here. Well, your stop's right here, so that's about 20 points. Once we don't start breaking this area right here and we're not moving up and we close like right here, and once we start losing that volume, like right there, once we start losing that volume, we come down here, just cut the trade. Just cut the trade, take a small loss, take like a 5, 10 point loss. Okay. Don't sit there and take a full stop out. I do it all the time. I did it last week. A couple people saw me do it. Uh, it moved up. Okay. We had a little pullback. I got into the trade. I took some heat. I was like, I don't like this. And I got out for a loss. And then it turned right back around a couple minutes later. And then I got right back in. And then it ran and I made my money back and then some. But I didn't take a full stop out. I mean, that's just trading. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's just trading. We've got all this support right here, all this green right here. You got that support right there. But why try to get in and then get shaken out right here for 30 points and then it runs right back up? Just take a small loss. If another trade sets up, then go ahead and get in. I don't care if it's an eval. Okay. I mean, you got to pass these evals. You got to have some good discipline. You got to have some consistency because when you do get a funded account, you really need to get paid out. So you got to have some consistency and not just full port YOLO crap. This right here, we're just sitting here grinding. Okay. The moving average, if you look at it on a 5 minute, look at the 5 minute moving average. It's starting to flatline. That is not what you want to see. You want to see this moving upwards. That's why we took the trades up in here. This is why we took the trades up in here because it was moving, sloping upwards, and we were running on a 5 minute. We were green, and we were going with the trend, short term trend, but we were going with it. That's what you need to do. I could possibly kill that recording. I don't know what kind of B roll I got, but I'll take a look at it. Um, I need to check. Oh, I forgot to put the. Do, do, do. Uh, yeah, we came down to 595, down to those bids are kind of bouncing off of. You see little orders being filled, but we're right in the middle of chop, folks. We're right in the middle of some choppiness. Don't like that. I don't like that. And one thing you really have to understand about these market makers is, okay, let's say an institution says, okay, we need to unload 10,000 contracts. Okay, we need to unload 10,000 contracts. You'll have a market maker be like, okay, I'll take a couple thousand. And then they'll buy a couple thousand and then they'll hedge against it. And then they'll unload it in the market later throughout, they'll just unload it here and there. And that's where you get these large one order executions. You get at the market makers. Now, with futures trading, it's a zero sum game. It's not like stocks. Stocks, you have shares. Okay, you have a pool of shares, a certain amount, and when you buy and sell and you make money, that's fine. Okay, but in futures, when you buy a contract, someone else is selling it. Okay, so it's a zero sum game. If you make money, another party will lose money. That's why futures is a zero sum game. It's not like stocks where you have a pool where you can purchase off of. Let me see what if I can get some good B roll here. Maybe are we gonna move? I'll start recording anyways. Um, that's the one thing you really need to look at and understand is that the futures is a zero sum game. Well, okay, right now the 1 minute right here is sloping downwards where the 5 minute moving average is flatlined. I would not be going long or short at all, to be quite honest, at all. And if you made money in the morning, don't give it back. Downsize, lower your contract size. Don't give it all back. And if you do start giving it back, please have some discipline and just shut the thing down and stop. I'm in a Discord, and it's been quite a few times. It was last week. I think it was Friday, Thursday or Friday. I saw someone say, I was up in my funded account and then I blew it because I want. It's just like, come on, man. The reason that happens because you're undisciplined. I didn't want to say it because, I just mind my own business. But yeah, the reason they blew is because, well, undisciplined. You were up and you started giving it back and you should have stopped. If you don't have any self-control, you're not gonna make it in this industry. This is very brutal industry. If you don't have any self-discipline, you're not gonna make it. I'm not here to tell you if you get this add-on and trade with me that you're gonna be driving a Lamborghini. No, I ain't gonna tell you that. What I will tell you is your chances of blowing up and not making it is extremely high. I'm not here to give you warm, fuzzy feelings and sell you a course and make money off of that. I'm just here to tell you the truth. This is a brutal industry and it will chew you up. So I had some large selling right here, but those were uh, orders that came in within 100 millisecond. Those are not one contract large orders. They could be institutions or market makers doing order slicing and putting in like 10 contracts, 10 orders. Yeah, that could be. Uh, That's why it's good to have this, live pulse mode open right down and come down to 595. You got a little bit of resting, bids right there. Right now, we are chopping around, folks. I would not be going long or short, okay? We need to be in a trend like this, okay? We need to be in a trend like this, okay? We had a pullback. That's awesome. What I was looking for is a bounce up and a nice run, but instead, we're in a balanced market. The 5 minute is flatlining, okay? I do not like that. It's not sloping upwards. The moving average has to be sloping. Okay, you have some bids right here. If you try to get in on this break right here, and your target's up here to 15 points, you need to understand if you lose these bids right here, I don't know why you would take a trade. We're right in the middle of a balanced market, but uh, where are you going to put your stop? Way down here at 25 points, you have to get way up here, 50 points in order to get a 2 for 1. Could you get it? Possibly. Uh, I am not taking this trade just because, well, we're right here in the middle of right here from like 10:30 to right now. We've just been kind of like in this area. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I just don't like that. We're traveling up on low volume too. Okay, we're traveling up on low volume. That's low volume right there. We gotta get, we gotta chew through these offers up here. Plus, there was no signal. There was no buying balance. There was no large seller to get trapped. There was nothing. Not for me, at least. Not for me, at least. So I'll be on for about another 30 minutes or so, 30, 40 minutes, and then I got to take off. And then I'll be back at it again tomorrow at 9:15. So, I got this one account up green, made a little bit of money. I got $1,000 and I pass in another eval. Just need $1,000 on this one and I pass another eval. We're right up here at the high where those buyers were. Right up here, we're at 164. See right here? We're right up here at 164 is. That's why when you see all these buyers right here and it runs the market up and we kind of drift down, so many people are going to think we're going to dump back down. Nah, I mean we could, but I just try to follow uh what the large players are trying to do. I try to put the odds in my favor. You got large resting order up there at 671. Large offer. You got about 40 of them sitting up there at 671 right there. Got 42. About 40 of them. Are they going to get filled? Go for them, boys. Yeah, you got about 30 of them. You got about 30 of them. Um, Now what would be good is we have a little pullback. That would be good, but we might not get it. We got large orders kicking off within 100 milliseconds, about 50 of them. Uh, do, 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 do. What are we going to do? 700. You got some large resting orders up there at 700. You got a nice big positive delta that just kicked off. You got one order right there. A couple of them that just kicked off for about 49. I don't know what the other one is, but this one says 49.66 right up in here. So you had some buyers interested. They are definitely uh, interested in buying today. Can we get a pullback? Can we get a pullback? Let's get a pullback to 640. Get a pullback to 640 right up in this area, right up in this area. I need a drawing tool. I really need to code me a drawing tool. I don't know. I need to look into that tonight because I could start having some if people are going to use order flow pulse, I can start having some drawing tools for me, maybe for you guys too. Uh, I mean, you've got this right click, and then you can drag and right click again, and it anchors, and then you can hit escape or right click, and it takes it away. So that way you can really. And I wanted to put it on a right click so it's fast, so you can see on the mouse. You just right click, drag it down, and be like, okay, that's what my stop loss is. Okay, that's what my target is. Like, let's say you got in here, you'd be like, "Oh, okay, this is what my stop loss is, about 30 points. If I want a 2 for 1, I gotta get all the way up in this area," and then you can just go ahead and do it, okay, and then that kinda anchors it. You can hit, escape, right click or escape to clear, okay, and then you just right click and it clears it. I kinda wanted that on the right click so it's nice and easy to get to. A drawing tool would be nice, so when I start explaining stuff, I can actually draw it. Um Trend lines, you're not gonna see me drawing trend lines. Uh, I don't need to draw them to see them. 'em. I've been trading for so long, I know I don't need to sit here and draw a trend line like this, and then draw a trend line up here, okay? Or draw a trend line down to here and be like, "Oh, okay, if we break that trend line, we're gonna retest," and I've been trading for so long, I just look at the stinking chart and just be like, "Okay, that's where we're at." I mean, that's just me, though. I don't draw trend lines. I do look at candlestick patterns. I really do look at candlestick patterns, and this right here is very interesting. I wouldn't have taken this, but you see how that, doom, doom. You see this inside bar right here? That's very nice. What you really need to look for is inside bar when you're sloping upwards. And when you get these pullbacks, you're really looking for them inside bars on that and try to get the break of them. Those are really nice. I don't think we're going to see anything. Possibly not. All right, let me just go on back here. Um, if you want the histogram, you just click the histogram. Uh, if you don't want the heat map, I mean, histogram's on the right. If you don't want the heat map on the chart because it kind of clutters thing, you just click this HM and it takes off the heat map. Now you're going to need level 2 data in order to do this, and you'll have to go to the settings and actually enable level 2 data. Just because it says enable level 2 data doesn't mean I'm giving it to you. Okay, you need to go to your data provider if you're doing like Bullknox. Okay, Bullknox with Rhythmic. Okay, data provider, and just get the stuff that you're trading. If you're only trading NQ, just get the NQ. It's like 14 bucks. Just get it. Don't be getting the whole package for like 40, $50 a month if you don't need it. That's a waste of money. It's just a waste of money. In my honest opinion, get good. Get good with ESNQ. There's plenty of money to be made. Plenty of money to be made. Look at the volume bars. We got the volume bars up here. We really need to kick up that volume if we're going to be breaking this. Really need to kick up that volume. There we go. Kick it up. Kick it up. Kick it up. If you get in on this break, you do not want to be losing this volume bar area right up in here. You don't want to be losing that. If you get down to here, you just got the trade. But you see how it kind of fizzled out? Yeah. I don't like trading breakouts, to be quite honest. This is kind of like, it might be a bull flag setting up, ran up here. I have a little flag. I don't like trading breakouts. I like trading, going with the momentum to trap the buyers and sellers. Uh, but that's just me. Look at the 5 minute. 5 minute now is sloping upwards. That's good. That's good. That's good. You see what I said earlier about not shorting this market? Because you got all these buying participation right here. You got 34, 38, 38, 47, 37, 67, 65, something else back there. I can't see 164, 43. Now you got a 49. You got buyers you got the institution market makers that are interested in buying this market. They're not interested in selling it right now. They're interested in buying the market. Okay. And also, when you get in on these breaks right here, you want to see the bids stacking under you for support. Okay. You did not see that right there. You got large resting orders up there at 700, but you did not see that. Okay. You want to see, like right here, it's stacked a little bit down below here. See, this is what you want to see. You want to see see them bids stacking. Okay. You want to see them stacking. That's what that green bar is. That's the heat map. Okay, that's the heat map. You want it to stack. Now it's getting a little bit lighter, so they might be pulling. You want to see the volume start filling out. You want that volume bar to get dark with good positive delta. Yep, there we go. We got buy and bounce way up there. They could be getting absorbed up here. If you go to 700, they could be getting absorbed. Yeah. It's hard to be taken along when you got these wrestling orders up here. You see they're not stacking the bids. They're not stacking the bids. We could pull back on a 5 minute. I mean, we've deviated quite far. You see how we ran up? We deviated from the 5 minute and then we pulled back down. See how we deviated from the 5 minute order flow bar moving average? We could kind of pull back down and then go for another run up. We do not know. But what I am looking for is a seller on the wrong side. Let's see if this 32 contract, we are sloping upwards. If they get caught on the wrong side, let's say this candle closes green, okay? We're kind of in a balanced market. We're going into a balanced market area. No, it closed right below it. Okay. Plus you got some people stacking on the offers up here. Around 700 they're stacking on the offers. Uh, see, they're just about 500 orders up there. 524, they're just stacking on it. Live pulse resting orders. Let's go to 10. Still able to move it around. Yeah. Yeah, we could get a slight pullback. Might not. We are in a balanced market. If I'm and this is what the market likes to do. The market likes to find value. Okay. We had a balanced market area. We ran up. It's finding value to the upside, and then it goes into a balanced market, and then they'll either find value to the upside or to the downside. Sometimes it finds it to the downside and it'll V shape up or V shape down. It's not always going to run up and be balanced, run into a balanced market for a little bit. But what I do know is the 5 minute is still sloping upwards. And of course, the current 5 minute bar is down. You'll look at this current 5 minute bar is down. See, this is why we took the trades up in here. And this is why we didn't take too much heat and we were pretty profitable pretty quickly, is because the 5 minute bars were green. They were moving upwards. They were green. The momentum was with the trend. And then you jump down to a 1 minute and you go at it. Okay. This right here, yes, we're sloping upwards, but red bar, red, sell bar, sell bar. I mean, you have to look at a higher time frame. And maybe you only get 2 to 5 trades in a day. Who cares? Okay. Maybe two of them are winners. One of them is a small loser. That's just the way it is. That's how the game is played. As long as you're in a pretty good batting average, which I usually am at about 60 to 75%. Last week was atrocious. Last week I didn't trade any funded accounts last week. 1 minute moving average, flatlining. That's not what you want to see. So this 32 seller, not trapped. We needed to trade above here and start running up here for about 20 points in order to see if that seller could be trapped, because we were still sloping upwards, but we did not. I need a drawing tool. We did not break that high right there of that 32 seller. We actually traded below it and we could have a pullback, which on the 5 minute, the pullback looks like this right now. So I would not be trying to buy anything. If you try to do a pullback and then buy, you need to know where your stop's at. Okay. I like to do my style trading is I don't try and get a move from here to here. I don't try and get that whole move. Okay. Can I get the move from here to here and get half of it? If I can, good. But that's just me. I like taking base hits and just building things up. But that's how I did it when I first started trading, before micros came out, before these prop firms even came out, before the micros came out. I was using minis and I had to do the base hits and go and take small base hits and build an account slowly. And I just haven't gotten out of that mentality. Every now and then I'll sling in a couple contracts and uh, have the attitude on the eval, you either go or you blow. I mean, it's an eval, right? I mean, that's the wrong way to think about it, but sometimes I get in that mentality. So we have some buyers stepping in, 35.49. We have some buyers stepping in at 35.49. Yeah. 144. Look at that. 144. That was some pretty sizable buying right there. 145. Pretty sizable buying. As you can see right there, that was about 639. That was that green bar right there. was some pretty sizable buying. That was 145 buy contracts within 100 milliseconds. It's still sitting up there. They still sitting up there about 700, as you can see. They're still up here, right up in here. Oh, we got 64. Look at that, 70. 70 within 100 milliseconds. 64 of it was one execution with 64 contracts right there where that 70 was. And this dark green bubble, that means high positive delta. If you try to get in there and get in on the break of that, you probably get yourself a few points. I don't. I've never really traded these the bubbles and stuff. I really haven't gotten into book map. Uh, it's great for absorption. Trying to find absorb traders. You can see we're coming down here. We got some offers sitting down there. See right here, we got some of these offers sitting down there. We're getting filled a little bit. Um, you got to think about where you're at though, because right now you got a sell and bounce right there. You got that sell and bounce right there. You got it. You got it breaking down. You got the 5 minute breaking down. As you can see right here, you got the 5 minute breaking down. If we close below that, it could probably start curling back over on the 5 minute. Uh, don't get FOMO and think, oh, I got to short now because it's going to just puke out. I mean, it could, and maybe you missed the trade. Who cares? You know, maybe you missed the trade, and who cares? Uh, would I be buying right here? Possibly not. You want to know why I wouldn't be doing it? I mean, I'm sorry. You want to know why I wouldn't be shorting right here? Well, because right here you had all these buyers right here that ran the market up. So that institution market maker could still be interested in those areas. That's why I just wouldn't be shorting, trying to get a move from like here to here and get like 70, 80 points. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it just because I know we have buyers interested in this market and we're still kind of long term sloping upwards. That's why I wouldn't be shorting. You got to wait. You got to wait for your setups. This was the setup right here. It did not execute. Okay. It did not execute. It needed to be right here. It needed to be right here and test them 700s and get about 20 points. Okay. That's what it needed to do. But instead, look what happened. If you really look at the market and see what happened, let me take off the volume. Let me take off the histogram. So if you really look at this, what really happened is, there's 700 orders up there. Okay, you know that those 700s are up there. You can see it on the histogram. Okay, but look at that yellow bar right there. That yellow bar I have set for imbalance. Okay, 4 times more buyers than sellers. There was a yellow bar that got kicked off right there, right up at the top. Then they closed on a doji candle. Okay, I don't know if that's called dragonfly doji. I can't remember. Um, that right there is absorption for the buyers, losing steam, and then we kind of travel back down. Now, would I take that trade? Possibly not, just because that's a counter trend trade. I usually don't counter trend trade. Okay, but the reason is because look at all that support right there. I mean, you got a lot of support right there. You got those big, large buyers that were interested in the market. Okay. And they're trying to short right in this area. Okay. The chances are not in the odds are not in your favor. Okay. Because the large buyers, they were interested in buying there. Yes, we drifted down, but then maybe it was them that ran it right back up. Okay. Maybe they're losing steam right here. Okay, we don't know, but we do know. See, large buyers are still kicking off. There's large buyers that are still kicking off. That's why I just wouldn't short. I just wouldn't short. You gotta really read and understand the context of the market and what are these institutions doing? What are the big players doing? What are the big players doing? We got large resting offers up there at 671. We got some large buying. Look at 111 contracts, 85 contracts. That was then. That was this right here, the 39.52. Those are big positive delta numbers too, because those are big solid green bubbles. Those are positive delta numbers. At 660, we got some resting orders up there. Uh, right here at 670, you got some resting orders up there at 670. It looks like, did they yank it? Yeah, they were there before. See this area right here around 670? They were there. That's when we kind of sold off right there. But you still got these buyers, so it's kind of hard to short. Kind of hard to short it, to be quite honest. Because look at all that in the past. Got them buyers right there. What I really need to do is get the maybe get the volume profile on the right hand side, like a regular volume profile, and then on that volume profile have some kind of maybe an indication of how many. I have to think about this. I want to have a regular volume profile, high value area, low value area point of control. Okay, right here. Okay, on the right hand side of where the price is. But I also want to have in there because right now you would have to scroll all the way back here to look at where it's at. But maybe if you can look at the volume profile, you'll be able to see where the large uh, order order executions, one order executions kind of kicked off. I mean, you can look at it like right here and see this where they're at. I mean, that's why I bring up a 5 minute looking like this. Uh, that's why I do that. Kind of flatlining on the moving average. I wouldn't be longing or shorting this, to be quite honest. Not right now. There's nothing that is really making me want to click buttons. Earlier, yes. Earlier, right in this area, I was happy to click the buttons a couple of times and take a couple profitable trades right up in this area. Yeah, I was very interested. Boom. Uh, but not right now. For one, look at the 5 minute moving average. It's starting to flatline. And what do I say when it flatlines? Like this right here, it's starting to flatline. Don't go long, don't go short. Find out what is going on. Because right now, could we be in this balanced area right here all day long? We have no idea. We just don't know. All I know is that there was large buyers right there that are taking a little bit of heat. So uh, we don't know what we do know that the buyers are in control. At least they were up in this area. Could they lose control? Yeah. Or could they flip and push it down and puke it out? Yeah. You just kind of go with the flow. You go with the flow of the orders. That's why it's called order flow. We ain't got no trades setting up. Getting a little nutty. Um, so all right, we got some resting bids right up in here. We got some resting bids, so yeah, they're gonna defend that area. I just got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Now watch it dump. Uh, let me show right here. Okay, right here, you got that area. We don't know if what they're going to do. You win some, you lose some. Uh, I think I think I'm gonna keep the stream going. Even I got to run and do something in about 10 minutes. I got to run and do something. But I think what I'm gonna do is keep the stream running because we don't know what's gonna happen. What am yeah, if you look at the 5 minutes, kind of flatline. It ain't doing very much. I wanted today. I wanted to scalp off the. I wanted to scalp off the range bars. Months ago, before I even started all of this stuff, I was scalping off of a 40 range bar, and I was using what was it? I think I was using Moto Wave. I was using kind of like kind of like this with large buyers and stuff and the sellers, and I was kind of following the large orders because Moto Wave had a pretty halfway decent one. Uh, that's where I got this idea from is from Moto Wave, beat charts, and the trader Fabio. And I was like, you know what? I don't need to pay for your stuff. I can just build it myself. Uh, then I had a bright idea to give to everybody else and be like, well, let me have another bright idea and throw on like a heat map or something, so people don't have to pay $100 for a book map a month. They can just use this. Yeah, these bright ideas have turned into quite a feat. Uh, But yeah, 40 range chart. Back about a few months ago, I mean, I passed a handful of evals and got some funded accounts, about a handful of them, just scalping off a 40 range bar chart, 40 range bar chart. Uh, and I was able to scalp pretty good. Now, what I have here on the 40 range bar here, let me bring up this setting here. On the 40 range bar, if you go to the range bars, I have mine set to 48 in minimum volume one, but the tick bending, the tick merging, I have set to 4. because I usually scalp off a 40 range and then it would just be like for each tick it was. But the NQ kind of travels kind of nutty, so I just merged it to like 4. And that seems to be pretty decent. I kind of looked at it over the weekend and it seemed pretty good. And I kind of wanted to do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep the stream going, but I'm gonna be out to lunch. You about ready? I'm gonna be going out to lunch. Let's see. Out to lunch. Be right back. Oh, let me start the. Yeah, here pretty soon. About 5, 10 minutes. I'm gonna be taking off. Yeah, but that's how I do with the range bars. I just kind of scalped it on a 40 range. But it was a few months ago. Scalped it on a 40 range bar. I used to have like 1,000, $2,000 days. They were some good trading days. Okay. All right. What we have here? Nothing on the news. Yes, I'm eventually going to get a chart trader for the add-on, so we can start trading off the chart. We're starting to sell off pretty good on the 5 minute. These buyers might be done. They might be out. We don't know. We're down here where it all started, though. See, we're right here, right where it all started with the buying. Okay, we're in this area. We could sell off. It could be like a big range area. We have no idea. What I do know is that we're starting to slope over on the 5 minute. That 5 minute has like a little inside bar, and then we're kind of moving down. It's hard for me to short when you got all these big buyers right there that were willing to run the market up. So I try to get short. Yeah, you can make some money. Uh, there wasn't any large selling to go off of the back of it, though. That's the problem. We had this, and then we had a bounce back up. You had a little inside bar right here, and you could have gotten in, but I need to see like a sell and balance area or a large seller, and then play off the back of that. To be quite honest, in order to take out these buyers right here that were interested, all these buyers that were interested. Uh, that's what because we got in and started trading in this area right here because it was an uptrend. Ooh, wow! We could be losing that area. Do, do, do. 100, 108 orders, sell orders that got kicked off right there. Not one large order. It was just 100 orders. We got 'em down here. Oh, it's 11:40. I gotta be taking off right when the market wants to do this. Right when the market wants to do this, it wants to do right when I gotta get out and go do something. See that volume, big volume bar right there? That was that 108 order right there. Right there. That was that 108 order. And that was some pretty heavy negative delta right there. This is not absorption. Okay. Absorption is, yes, it spikes down, then it violently, aggressively, I wouldn't say violent. Let's say aggressively moves right back up in there. Okay. We're not aggressively just moving right back up in there. So to me, this is not absorption. Yes, you had some large sellers right there on the live pulse, but in order for it to be absorption, we had to close above here and then start traveling above this area before you can try and catch a long and a trapped traders. Okay, that's just how I like to play it. Other people might play it differently. I got some resting orders down here. Got some resting orders down here on 521, right up in this area. Got those resting orders right there, as you can see right here on the heat map. Hmm. We got a selling bounce kicked off right there at that area. That is absorption because there was more sellers and buyers. That was absorption. We had some large buying coming in, and if you get in on the break of this, you're looking for a 20-point move up to the moving average. But if you get in on the absorption right here, and then on the break of this bar right here, you got to be able to get in here, get you 10 points, peel some off, and move to a break even and protect your capital. That's just how I do it. You can always re-enter later in the next minute or two. You can always re-enter the trade. Commissions are cheap. Full stop outs are not. Commissions are cheap. Full stop outs are not. You are definitely sloping down on a 1 minute and a 5 minute. It's definitely counter trend trading. So if you see this selling right here, when you see this volume start kicking in, you can possibly try to get in here. But as soon as you get this like 8, 10 points, you got to move to a break even and protect your capital. Peel some off. Try to get yourself a runner that comes up. Yeah, we got to get going. All right. Yeah. All right, I'm back. All right, let me get settled in. Market really did nothing. Uh, Here, let me stop the recording on that. All right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a big blue one. Yeah, you and mom can both do it. Kelsey and I like the butter. Yeah. All righty. All right, all right, we got a selling balance on the 1 minute. All right, I'm back in the saddle again. Oh, all right. I can't make a trade. I need to know what the context of the market is doing, to be quite honest. Oh, man. Daggone. That was a pretty good trade, too. Uh, all right. Let me explain something. Man, I missed the trade. I had to run and do something. It always happens. It always happens. Okay. Let me explain. Okay. Let me explain. Uh, okay. So we had, what was it, about 11:30. Oh man, this was a good trade too. Son of a mother. Actually, it wasn't that good, but it was valid. Okay, so how I talk about trapped traders. Okay, we had a 64 right here, and we had a 35 and 39 contracts kick off. That is one execution. Okay, with multiple contracts. So you got three executions, and you got the large buyers in there, and then they kind of got trapped. We closed right at it, so you could possibly get in right here. And as you can see, there were no bids that were stacking at that time, so you could possibly try to get in right here. You're not going to get the full move, but once you start trading back up, you can possibly get out for about 10 points and make yourself a couple $100. Then we had a trade right up here, but that is not a trade because if you look at that, that's 35. What is that? 36, 35. This right here, 64. It's kind of hard for me to really tell because I really wasn't trading, following the market. But this is a 5 minute right here. Let me move this up. Okay, this is a 5 minute at around 11:40. We had these contracts, these buy orders kick off, but then we didn't close above. The 5 minute was sloping downwards. Okay, so that right there, they're getting caught on the wrong side, and you get in on the break there, and maybe once you start seeing these buyers, you can get out and take yourself. I mean, if you got 100 points, you kind of got lucky. Man, I missed a nice one. Um, that's these right here. Okay, that's uh, yeah, that's these right here. 11:40 was these right here. Okay, so you got these buyers right there. They kind of got trapped. This is a 1 minute. This is a perfect trade that I do look for. You Okay, you got this 46 and 48. Well, yeah, they were sloping down on the 1 minute, and you're actually sloping down on the 5 minute. Okay, so that is looking good. And do. Let's bring this over. So this bar closed. You had a sell imbalance, so they were definitely interested in selling. And this 36, so this right here, you have buyers that are getting caught on the wrong side. So when you go in on the break of this right here, you go in on the break of this, you're taking a little bit of heat. You're taking about 25 points worth of heat. So maybe you got stopped out right here if you break that high, maybe. Uh, but if not, you came down here and got yourself 35 points during this consolidation, maybe about 25 points. That's like a 1-for-1 trade. Uh, that's the kind of stuff you're really looking for is this right here. Also, we had a nice bounce, a little micro pullback right here, and then uh, 25 points, and then you can get yourself 25 points. But that's what you're looking for. You're looking for traders that are caught on the wrong side. And as we keep moving down, do, do, do. I mean, you could try and get this. This is, it's still moving up, and we closed above right here, and we had a lot of buying volume inside there. I really need to get code in the delta, have the delta per column. I really do need to get that done. Uh, okay, we've got some selling right there. So if you try to get in, which I just did, you got yourself 10 points. Right now I'm up 12, 14 points. Okay. Um, I'm looking at this. I need to buy this back. If we start breaking, all right, I'm up 20 points. I'm up 30 points. Come on, give me a 30. Give me 30, man. Come on, give me 30 points, please. Give me 30 points. Come on, man. Give me something. We got a buying balance right there. I'm up 30 points. And as you can see right there, I'm up 30 points. So let me get this. Wait a minute. I'm trying 25 points. If we start breaking that 324, you see where that buyer is right there? We need to keep breaking down. I'm going to buy this back if it breaks up above that 325. Okay, I just went on ahead and bought back because we're breaking that volume right there. So that was a quick oh man, the quantity wasn't up as much as okay, whatever. Boy, I just got to the desk and kicked off the trade. Ain't that something? Okay, the reason I got into this trade, man, I'm glad I looked at the recent market. Okay, so right now, the reason I got in that trade, we had 34 and 39 contracts kick off. Okay, so we're definitely sloping downwards. And if you look at the 5 minute, we're definitely in a red candle. Okay, the 5 minute, the open is up here and the close is down here. We're definitely moving down. The 5 minute moving average is sloping downwards. So we're definitely in a down market, uh, in a downtrend. That order flow pulse, I don't know. I really can't use that trade off, to be quite honest. But the reason I got in is because we were breaking. Okay, the reason I got in is because these buyers right here, you see those buyers? Those buyers got trapped a little bit. We moved down. We kind of consolidated a little bit. That's what the market likes to do. The market likes to move and then try to find a balance right here. And this is the balance, okay? And you have the break of this, okay? I got in, but the reason I got in is because we were breaking this area. You see that large selling volume right there? We were breaking that area. And look how many, right here on the histogram, you'll see, let's move this. Okay, we had selling right there. Okay, we had selling right there. So I get in. We had no bids on the books right up in here. We got them way down here, but I'm selling it. I'm cutting the trade right in this area. And the reason I cut the trade and took my profits is because I got in here. We were selling. I was up 30 points. I'm like, okay, are we going to keep moving down? Well, we had some nice volume right there. Once we started losing that selling volume right there, and once we started coming up into this area right here, I'm thinking, okay, we can easily move back up here. Okay. So once we started traveling back up into this area. I really need a drawing tool. Up into this area right here, okay? The next stop was, like, right here, okay, because that large buying volume. And look at that large once we could not keep pushing down, and look at this candle right here. Look at this candle right here. You see how low that selling volume is? You see how low that selling volume is? But that's a telling tale that we're not breaking this, okay? And then once we started moving back up, you have to get out, okay? And look what happened. It would have came and stopped me out at a break even. So I got in real quick. I got out. I saw 30 points. I should have taken the 30 points, but I didn't. I took like 20. So, okay, big deal. But I wanted to keep moving. I was only in one contract, so it's kind of like blah. I just got back to the desk. Uh, it was kind of hard for me to really do much. Uh, this area right here is pretty good. You got these buyers right here. These buyers right here are trapped. You got that 36 contracts that kicked off. You had large selling volume right there. When we close below it, you can get in here. You're going to take a little bit of heat, about 25 points, and then you move down here for about 30 points. Okay, has some consolidation. Right here, that red right there is a sell imbalance. This is a double stack sell imbalance. So you could possibly get in here. You have to be careful because, for one thing, this is a low volume area, so we can travel pretty quickly up. And then you come back down and get yourself about 30 points. Okay, don't try to get yourself home runs, folks. Don't try and get yourself home runs. This is a good trade as well. Look at this. This is from the old playbook I used to do. Is we have a move down, and this bar right here was an inside bar. This is an inside bar. Once we start breaking that inside bar right there, you put your stop up here for about 35 points, and we move back down to about 60 points. You get yourself a 2-for-1 trade, folks. Come back down here, you peel a little bit off, okay? You leave yourself a runner. Uh, yeah, okay. Um, Would I be trying to take this trade? You got some large buyers right there, but the problem is, if you look at this, we are right now, folks, we are in 5 minutes. Oh, it's 12:35. Okay. We're in the downtrend right now. And I'm not keeping all the large bubbles. I kind of remove them to save a little bit of room. Okay. Just scalp yourself off a little bit. Take your winners. That was a nice little trade right here. That was a nice little trade right here. We couldn't break that. Volume started drying up, so you get out for about 25 points, folks. Get out for about 25 points. Take your money and run. Don't be looking for a 100-point move. If it happens, it'll happen, okay? But don't sit there and take a break even or a full stop out when you were sitting on 20, 30, when you can take 20, when you can get in here and you can get yourself about 15, 20 points, just go ahead and take it. Just go ahead and take it. Base hits will get you funded. Base hits will get you paid. That's just the way it is. Okay, well, in a 5 minute, we're kind of, yep, I got about, that eval could be passed there this week. See, we got all these offers that we gotta break through that area right there. We got all them offers we gotta break through. Let me get the order flow pulse back going. The live pulse. I don't know if people like watching that or not. Uh, I'm still trying to get used to it. I don't trade bookmap or anything, but I'm still trying to get used to it. Oh, let me go over here to settings. Let me click. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. That's a little annoying to have to do that. But that's just a condition statement within the code that I can update. Uh, but yeah, you can get in on this trade right here. It's a counter trend trade, and what you got to understand with counter trend trades is you got to lock in your profits. You got to look at the offers up there. Are we able to break through this area? We had a nice run up. You had a little inside bar. You could have gotten yourself maybe 5 points. Problem is, you're trying to move up here and try to come up here and get yourself 20 points. But the problem is you got very low volume right there. And once you get in here, you got very low volume and it starts coming back down. Just go ahead and cut the trade for a break even. Just cut it. Don't take a full stop out. Just cut it. If it reverses and it gives you some good signals to go long, get back in. Okay. Paying a commission is a heck of a lot cheaper than paying for a full stop out. I mean, that's just the way it is. At least that's the way I think about it. Commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Also, your counter trend trading. Look at that. You got all that buying you gotta get through. That support is being lost right here. You got the moving average sloping down. This is a hike and ashy. This is a 5-minute hike and ashy smoothed out with a 9 EMA. Okay. A 5-minute chart is a really good chart to trade off of too, because look at this. You had all that buying right there. We were sloping down, we were moving down. Are you going to get the trade from here to here and make yourself 200 points? If you do, you're lucky. Great job. But what you can do is get here and then get out right here for about 50, 60 points and then maybe make yourself 100 points. Okay. You're not looking for the whole move. You're not looking to eat the whole pie. You're only looking for a slice of the pie. Guarantee you, you're going to have some guru that shows you an account and be like, well, I shorted here and then I covered right here for 200 points. Okay, well, how many accounts did they blow before they got there? Okay, and are they going to do it after the fact? They go in like two or three evals, and then they finally get one. Then they show you that one. Yeah, I can tell you what I'm looking for right now. This is a pullback. This is a little micro pullback, if you want to call it a micro pullback. I mean, it's like 20 points, and you're looking for 20 points, which is up here. Um, This is sloping upwards, but you gotta look at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute. It's still sloping down. That's a counter trend trade. The 1 minute is not lining up with the 5 minute. Okay. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for all these buyers right here. Okay. They took a little heat right here. Maybe they got out right here. Maybe they sold, got out. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't have the trade IDs to know that information. I'm not privileged enough. But what I can look for is, can we close above this area? Can we close above like 430? Can we close above this moving average? And then look for a setup when we close at the 5 minute, when we close above this moving average. Then I can start looking for a long. If I miss the trade, I miss it. Who cares? I mean, it's 12:45. Who cares? I'm already green for today. I've taken three positive trades, three trades, and three trades that are positive because I'm extremely picky. You know, one of them I left a lot of money on the table because I looked at it and I'm like, you know what? I didn't like it. I just I'd take my 5 points or 5 or 10 points, and I just moved on. And then I had a nice decent trade right here. So I got 3 trades, that are positive, 2 decent ones, one's a real small one. Who cares? Tomorrow's another day. Move on. If you can keep your red days small and be able to survive, you'll learn. But if you have a big red day, then it might take you a whole week to climb out of the hole. And then I missed a really good trade because every was it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I got to take off. I got to go do something. And I usually miss trades. Oh, well. All right, March. I don't care. Why are you not updating financial juice? That says the 27th. We're on the 23rd. Come on, man. 24th. Let's see. 26th, we got initial jobless claims at 8:30. 10:30, we got crude oil inventories on the 25th. So I don't trade crude oil. I tried it. I blew up in an account, and we're talking personal account years ago. Blew up about $2,000-3,000 trying to trade crude oil, and I was like, you know what? I kind of suck at this. Let me go back to the ES and NQ because I suck less. The problem with this pullback here, we had a pullback, and I roughly gauge it from here to here. If it's more than 50% of a micro pullback, I usually don't get in. But also, you got to look at the volume right there. Oh, we got buy and bounce right there. We got a double buy and bounce right there on a 1 minute. We got a double buy and bounce on there. Uh, you got some large support. You got some green kicking in right there. You got you got that kicking in. You got a buy and bounce area that just kicked in. We needed to break that buy and bounce. We needed to test them offers up there at 436. You got to test them offers up there at 436. Uh, get out of here. I got bid stepping in that kind of stepped in a little bit. We got the sun's starting to pick up, and I'm out of the trade. I took a small loss. You see how I got in? See how I got in? I got in right here. I got in right here. And then I was like, okay, we got buy and bounce. I'm looking for a test up here to about 25 points. But then I saw that large volume kick in and we started breaking that buy and bounce area. And then I just got out for a small loss. Okay. I got out for a small loss. You got to be disciplined because if you're not disciplined, you're going to sit there and lose about 20 points. If it sets back up again, I can always get back in. Like I say, I didn't like that big, huge volume kicking in though. Yeah, we got some selling in there. Uh-uh. So we had a buy and bounce. We kinda came down to it, so I bought right there. We ran up. I got I was up 2, 3 points. I was waiting for at least 10 points before I could start thinking about either taking the full profits, moving to a break even maybe. But once I saw this right here, this is what made me get out. That volume right there with high negative delta. You see the color of that candle? The opacity is kind of thick. It's dark. Like here, that's 60 right there. That's thick green. That is high positive delta. That is high positive negative delta. This volume right here kicked in. This area right there was the point of control for this whole 1 minute candle. And once once I saw that, once we started breaking this, I'm like, I'm out. You want to know why? Because if I know if we break this, we're going to come down here and test this area for about 12 points. So why not just go ahead and take a 3, 4 point stop? Why would I why would I take a full stop out down here for about 20 points when I just made 20 points on another trade? I'm not going to give back the money I just made. I'm going to sit here and wait again for this to set up. I'm not going to sit here for 3 to 5 minutes wondering if the trade's going to work out. Like right now, I could care less if the trade works out. I gave it a try. I was wrong. So I got 3 winners, 1 loser. Big deal. A loser is small. Got them resting offers up there, right up there about 422, 4 and a quarter, right up in this area, right up in here. N- they I don't know. You see how light volume up top? That's not good. Yeah, there we go. Now you want to see some green. You don't want to see a wick. Yeah, yeah. That low volume. We tried it up there too. Yeah. Maybe we'll just base out. Maybe we'll just puke out. Who knows? All I know is I took a small loss and I don't care. I didn't get back all the profits I made this morning. I'm out. And this was a dangerous area to try to do a buy and bounce. The only reason I really got in is because it was a double buy and balance. But I mean, look at that double buy and bounce on low volume, very low volume buy and bounce, very low buy and balance. Okay. Um, it would be nice if I could possibly try and print something on the candle at the high or the low. Maybe if it's a buy, you put it up here. I don't know. Or maybe I don't know. Something to let you know, hey, it's pretty good volume, but you can look at the volume bars and tell that's a low. This right here, from this area to this area could be traveled through pretty quickly. Okay, because it's low volume. Low volume, can be traveled through pretty quickly. So when we came down here, yeah, so I tried to get in on the with that buy and balance as support. It was very low, but that's why when I knew when we were breaking that big sell volume right there, and then we broke this area, I got out. Why? Because I know this thing can travel pretty quickly down here. I'm not going to give up all the profits I made. All right, I'm almost done. Trying to eat a sandwich the wife made me real quick. We got back, and then I got back to my desk, and then I took this trade right here. Nice solid trade. Uh, and then this is a good area of interest because I tried to get in, and the reason I got into the to that trade. Okay, so we came up here on this buy and balance, that yellow line. Those are buy and balances that I have color set in the settings. So if you look at the settings, sometimes you'll see a blank window right there. I got to fix that. Um, it's a race condition inside the code, uh, from the background to the stuff that's being printed, and yeah. Um, in the color section, I have the imbalance bias set to yellow, and the cell set to red. Um, but we have all this area right here for support, so that's why I went on ahead and got in because I saw those large buyers up in this area. So I'm using them as support. So I'm like, okay, we got buy and balance, so I'll go ahead and get in. I'll go ahead and get in and try to get me some. I got up about 3 or 5 points, and then it came back down, and then it kind of broke that area with that thin volume right here on this candle. That thin volume with that large selling volume that kicked in. I just got out for a small loss. I don't know how much it was. Like, yeah, it was about 5 point loss, 5 6 point loss. So yeah, no big deal. Made 20 points on this move, gave back 15 points during the past two trades. I think I had 4 trades today. 3 winners, 1 loser. I think. Yeah, 3 winners, 1 loser. And the loser was small. You just saw me take a losing trade. You just saw me take a losing trade from here to here, a losing trade for about 8 points. I can't, about 5 points. A losing trade, better than taking it down here, taking a whole 20, 30 point stop out and giving all the profits I made on this short right here. No way, I ain't doing that. Before I entered this trade right here, when I got in here, I knew I was getting out here. I already knew that. I'm like, if it gets down below that buy and bounce area on this low volume on this candle, I know that we can travel pretty quickly down here. In my previous trade, I just made 20 points. I'm not going to sit there and lose 20 points. I'm like, okay, I gave it a shot, put a little risk on. The market told me I was wrong. It told me I was wrong on this volume right here. That volume right there started kicking in, and I'm like, man, I'm wrong in this trade, ain't I? And the market kept going. And once it broke that imbalance, it's like the market told me, yep, you're wrong. You're wrong on this trade. So you better take your small loss. I gave you some profits. I gave you a good trade. The NQ said, you and I have been friends for 10 years. I've given you some money right here. You got paid right here. You got paid. Oh, come on. Blah, blah. You got paid right here, and then the market says, "Okay, you're wrong." When the market tells me I'm wrong, I listen. I listen. I Once you stop trading off of hope, once you stop trading off of, "Well, I hope market," like a nice pullback. We got a thick pullback right here, and people are gonna try to long this, and they're like, "Well, I hope it goes from here to here, and I make myself 50 points. I hope it goes there." I'm sorry, I don't trade on no stinking hope. I stink on I trade on probabilities. I am a probability executor, not a hope executor. I don't click a bunch of buttons and full port and be a prop farming degenerate. I mean, I can't do that because I've been trading before the prop farms came out and before micros came out. I had to sling the minis with the big dogs when I was first trading. So when I first started learning to trade, I had to trade the minis with the big dogs. So I had to learn capital preservation very quickly. And after I blew up a couple of accounts, like a few $1,000s, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I want to really look into this and how to do it because it's a lot harder than just buying and selling. Well, I think it's going to go up. Boom. Okay. I learned some candlestick patterns. Okay. Then I learned, well, they don't work. Well, you got to use them in context. And the moving average and the cross and moving averages. I'm like, okay. And then I found something called order flow. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is this thing? Because 90% of 90 and 95% of traders fail. And I'm like, everybody else got these moving average and all this crap on the chart where they can barely even see the candle. And the majority, 95% of them are wrong. Then why the heck am I following them? Yeah, this market's gone nuts. This market has gone nuts. Oh, that's a 5 minute. So the 5 minute is kind of still sloping downwards, folks. It's still sloping downwards. Okay. I tried to catch a long here. I tried to catch the long, and the market told me I was incorrect. So I got out for a small loss. I was using the big players for support. I was using those big players for support. I'll be right back. I'm going to start me some tea. I mean, I don't think the market's going to pop in. I mean, it could run, but hey, I'll just wait for a pullback. Yeah, I know you do. Yes, you do. Okay. All right, here we go. I got my tea going. I'll just wait for it, and then we ain't doing nothing. We ain't doing nothing. Look at this. Slopping around. We got the 1 minute kind of sloping downwards on the moving average. We've got the 5 minute doing the exact same thing. We're kind of sloping downwards a little bit. We were really sloping there. You had some buyers right up in here. These buyers right here, they got caught. Could have made yourself about a 100 point, 50 point trade, maybe. Maybe you get half that move, get yourself about 50, 60 points, and move on for the day. On a mini, that's a pretty decent trade. That's about $1,000 trade right there. Okay. I mean, if you can take that much heat, if you can take about 1,000 heat, you make yourself 1,000. I mean, you really got to look at the ATR. The way I look at it is, if the ATR is high, I downsize. Like this morning, man, the ATR was jacked up. So did I trade minis? No, I traded a handful of micros because I ain't getting slaughtered like a stinking pig. I only need $1,000 to pass this eval and have me about 5 or 6 funded accounts. So I'm getting ready to pass this eval. Why do I want to blow it? Why? I mean, I could have traded minis and already passed it, but I just don't feel it today. I feel, you just gotta go with the flow sometimes, what you feel. Um, and the way the market was trading pre-market, I'm like, there ain't no way I'm downsizing. And the reason that I did that is because that's what I would do in a personal account. And I've got a personal account that I trade. And I trade it kind of like how I do the evals and the fundeds. I mean, I know some people just go all full port and just go at it with the evals. Well, that's fine. And then when you get to the funded account, you're like, okay, now what do I do? The same thing? Oh, yeah, you do the same thing and then you blow it. But if you put on, here's the thing, folks. If you're new to this, for one, you shouldn't be trading NQ. You need to trade a thickly traded market like the ES. Okay, the NQ is like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull sometimes. Um, you really NQ was the NQ was named the Widowmaker in the pits back in the day, and that was a good reason. But if you're new to trading, this is the thing. If you're new to this trading thing and you got yourself an eval and you're like, all right, I'm gonna be making myself $1,000 a day. Well, for one thing, slow down. You ain't gonna be making $1,000 a day. You ain't gonna be buying no course and driving a rented Lamborghini like the guru does. Uh, I don't drive no Lamborghini. I drive me a Ford truck. Why? Because I'm a redneck that likes to go trout fishing up here in the Northeast. I'm just a born and raised Virginia redneck that moved up to the Northeast because I got some family up here. Got me a pickup truck to go a little trout fishing. Man, there's some good trout fishing in Pennsylvania. Um, I mean, it's an expensive truck, but uh, but that's the thing. What you need to do is just slow down, sling around. We got some buying up in there, a little buying activity right there. Um, just slow down and put on. You'll learn a lot more. You will learn a lot more if you try to follow kind of what I'm doing. I need to really put out a trading plan. I do have a trading plan out there. We are kind of moving up a little bit. I wanted to see a close above the 5 minute. This moving average, you see how it's sloping downwards right here? I need a close above it. Okay. We've got these large buyers right here these large buyers right here, like 75, 41, 32, 60. We got these large buyers right here. We can use them as support. I tried to use them as support right here, and I went long and I got a small stop out. Okay, that's no big deal. But then I went short right here and I got myself about 20 points. So I gave about a little bit of it back. No big deal. 3 winners today, 1 loss. That's a pretty good batting average. Uh, I need a close. We got large resting orders up there at 401. 401 got large resting orders. You got about 66 resting orders up there. You see that right there? About 60 resting orders up in there. You got to break through that. You got to break through that. You got 70 up there. They're starting to stack now. 73. Are you going to hit 80? Nope. Um, you got some resting orders down here. Okay, you got some resting orders down here. Um, yeah, you can see them on the 1 minute, the histogram right there. You can see them on the live pulse. I'm using a live pulse just because a lot of people like to use it. They're like, oh, it kind of looks like Bookmap. I'm like, yeah, well, I can't compete with Bookmap because Bookmap has a team of software engineers. I'm just one dude that's been slinging code on a keyboard for 15 years. Bookmap is a multi-million-dollar company with a team of engineers. I cannot compete with that. Give me an investor to sling around $1 million, I will compete with them because then I'll be able to hire me some junior developers and another mid senior level, and then we'll run it, and then we'll clean house. Yeah, I started trading during the financial collapse in 2008. I started trading stocks. That will teach you some crazy stuff right there. The financial collapse of 2008 was nutty, and then when COVID came about, I've already been trading for a while. I'm like, man, this is nice. Everybody, everybody's feared, running for the door. Oh my word, it's going to collapse, and markets just selling off. But like my uncle said something to me when I first started trading stocks, and I told him, I said, man, these companies are going under. I ain't going to buy. I ain't going to do nothing. And he told me something. He says, well, let me tell you something that most traders aren't going to do. He said most traders are going to be buying when it's running up, and most traders are going to be selling when they're running down and they're losing. He says, but let me tell you something. It's just a simple plan. And my uncle told me when there's blood in the streets, that is the time to buy. He's like, that's my simple plan, Chris. When there's blood in the streets, you gotta buy. He also told me, he said, you know, if the company, let's say a CEO of a company, gets caught with a dead hooker in the hotel room, the stock is going to take a massive hit. But he says that's the time to buy. So the moral of the story is buy on bad news. Kind of like United Health. Kind of like United Health. I mean, look at that. Bad news. Now look at it. You made a fortune. Okay, so we're looking at the NQ futures on the June contract. We're just sitting here in between 370 and 400 because we got some resting offers, we got some resting bids, and we're just kind of going back and forth. And we're right in the middle of some buyers that were interested in this area, and they kind of slowed the selling off from here to here. They kind of slowed the selling down. And we're kind of basing right up into this area right here. We're kind of basing. We kind of poked our head down a little bit. That's when it got me a little bit of money, and then we kind of I thought we were breaking right here, and I tried in, put it on a little risk. The market told me I was wrong, so I took a small loss. I'm going to get back the profits I just made off the 3 trades that I made this morning. I took my loss, and I was like, okay, it's not huge. I'm not going to get back half my profits. I'm not an idiot. I mean, before I was. Oh, we got a selling balance right here. We got a selling balance, so and that's on a little bit of volume with some delta too. That's on a little bit of volume with some delta too. You got a sell and bounce area right there. Uh, got a sell and balance. I don't know if I really want to try and trade that because for one, it's way up there. Uh, and if you look at the 5 minute, we just kind of at the bottom there, and I'm trying to short and try to catch the bottom of this and maybe make 30 points. I mean, you could do it, but that's not my ideal trade right there. That's not my ideal trade. I mean, it's somewhat in the I mean, if it was down here, the sell and bounce, and it was the double stack sell and bounce, it was right at the close, and you could probably get in on a break of that and probably try to get yourself 10 points and then move to a break even and see if you can work the trade. Yeah, that might be it, but it's way up here. Okay, right in the middle of the slop. You gotta think. That is right in the middle of stinking slop. Okay. Okay. You don't trade slop. Slop is called slop for a reason. And you might be able to make it. Not for me. I'm gonna go get my tea. Yeah. Okay, good job. I can count on my kid. I was wondering why it was taking so long. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could have taken that trade, you could have taken that trade, and you got yourself on some thin volume, got yourself about 20 points, but that's not my kind of trade, folks. I just don't, I'm picky. I, I'm a one trick pony. Actually, I got more than one trick up my sleeve, but uh, it's just let's clear this up. Okay. Okay, so we tried to do the buy and bounce right here. Okay, we tried to do a buy and bounce, and then I got stopped out, right? Well, the thing is, a regular candlestick is not going to tell you when you're wrong. Okay, because you don't see the volume that's going in there. You see the yellow, which is a buy and bounce, and you see the red, which is a sell and balance. But that wick right there, if you turn on the volume, uh, this right here, if you look, there was some thick buy-in right up in here. There was some thick buy-in right up in here, and look what happened. We ran up. So when we sold back off, that's going to be your resistance right there. Is that thick volume? And there's 1 minute right there about 12:30. Now that's about an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, something like that. But this is the kind of stuff that you got to look for. You can't just be. And also, here's another thing. Why am I trying to go short or long when we're in a balanced market like this? When we're sitting here like this, we're going and we're in the balanced market. The market likes to find value. Well, the value was to the downside, and then we became into a balanced market. And the market kind of plays around, buys and sells. That kind of nice old auction right up in here happening. So why do you really want to buy and sell right there? You really want to see when the market moves. You're not trying to get a move from here to here and make 200 points, but can you get a move from here to here and make yourself 100, 50, 100 points? Yeah, you can. You can put the odds in your favor. I'm not a trader. I am a probability executor. I execute on probabilities. I'm not a trader. I am a probability executor. Once you start telling yourself that, I'm not a trader. A trader needs to be clicking buttons. I'm not a trader. I am a probability executor. The probabilities of I have to put the odds in my favor. I mean, that sell and balance, if it was right here and it was a double stack sell and balance, that might be pretty good. That might be pretty good. And also, if you want to look at the 5 minute on the volume, you just click the button and there you go. You got yourself some 5 minute volume happening right here. What we got back here? We got nothing. That's back to 850. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. You got some big, thick volume right up in here. Okay. You see how we kind of moved quickly from here to here and then we stopped? Well, that's because from here to here, okay, thick volume, a very low volume in this area right here. It's not an area of interest right up in here, but this area is, okay, and that's we came down here and we bounced up. So now we're starting to test the lows. And now we're starting to test the lows. You need to look at the volume. Is the volume kicking in? Okay. You gotta look at the volume. Is the volume kicking in? We have some very big buying volume up in here. If you're not looking at the candlesticks, you don't see that. Okay, that's you're not going to see anything, but when you turn on the volume, you start seeing stuff like this. You start seeing that. Okay, now we got a 35 contracts that kicked off. That's 35 contracts. That's probably this bubble right here. Yeah, who knows? It's probably that one right there for about 112. 35 of it was one execution with 35 contracts. Okay, we got a large bids just sitting on the books right there. 130 got some large bids just sitting on the books right there. Okay. But this is the kind of stuff that you really need to look at before you execute a trade. You need to look to the left and see what the market has told you. The market tells a story, and you have to read that story. And the market is telling me, well, there was a lot of buyers up in there. Oh, yeah, we kind of lost a little bit, but now we're back up in there. So and we got that 35 lots. So there was somebody with 35 contracts on one order that has gone short. Now, someone had to sell them that. So, because that's how futures works. Futures do not work like stocks. Stocks, you have a pool of shares. Futures is a zero sum game. When you make money, somebody else loses. When you lose some money, somebody else made money. That's just the way it is. We got some volume. We get some offer sitting up there about 30. We got about 130 sitting up in here. You got some contracts that kicked off a little bit of volume. See how that volume picked up right there? We're kind of drifting back up to the moving average. We had an inside bar right here. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you can trade. Uh, we had a sell off. We had an inside bar right here with the volume. I really need to put the delta down here so I can look at the delta. I am really big on delta. I'm really big on delta. Um, I just need to find the time to get it done because there's two other things I really need to get done. Uh, but you could have, you know, gotten in here. You could have gotten in here. Where's your stop? Your stop's down here because if you start losing this, you're going down. That's about 20 points. But in order to make 20 points, you have to come way up here past that moving average. It's possibly not an ideal thing to do. Now, if you really want to try and hyper scalp it, you can go in here. Once you start moving up, if you start getting past this area right here, this volume area right there, you can possibly try to get out for about 10 points. Uh, this would just be like a hyper scalp, something you see big volume coming in there, kicking in. You just kind of get yourself. But then once you see this volume right here, let's say you get in right here because it's the break of that. Once you see this volume kick in, once you see that volume kick in, and we're down here, just take your 5 7 points and move on, folks. Just take your 5 to 7 points and move on. Your counter trend trading, the 5 minute sloping downwards, the 1 minute sloping downwards. Don't be making it a hope trade. Don't be making it a hope trade. You can always get in. Let's say we pop. We have a nice little setup. You can always get back in. Commissions are cheap, a lot cheaper than a full stop out. I would invest in the project. Actually, the long-term project is for me to get support for NinjaTrader and have NinjaTrader build out a really nice platform. But what I would like to do is to have my own order flow trading platform. That's a huge feat for me to do. Can you send was it ran the trader 1148? Can you send an email to support at orderflowbars.com? Okay, thank you. That's my daughter yelling at me. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, ran the trader 1148. Yeah, we can go ahead and talk. If you're in the US, I mean, just send me an email. I'll shoot you my personal phone number. Uh, just make sure you text me first because I normally don't answer. I got too many recruiters. I got a bunch of recruiters calling me. Uh, the reason I started this project, I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton. I was a senior software engineer for Booz Allen Hamilton. We were on quite a few government contracts, and things happened, and I just kind of went from there. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe I can help some traders out. What we have here, uh, we have a seller right here. And you got to think about it. It's only 35 contracts. It's not very much. Um, okay. What you really need to think about is we're closing above the 1 minute moving average. The 5 minute is still sloping downwards, but it looks like it could flatline. If we could close above that, that's great. But also, another thing, look at all these large buyers here. These large buyers are not giving up very quickly, okay? They're just kind of, we don't know what's going on. All we know is those large bubbles. Just call me the bubble trader. It's kind of hard for me to stream and trade at the same time. Uh, Months ago, when I would be doing like really good and I was passing evals left and right, and I got me a handful of funded accounts with Bullinox, is because, well, I had the bubbles personally myself. Uh, and I was just trading them, and I would just sit in my office because I worked remotely as a software engineer. I did work in DC, and then COVID hit, and then the government told Booz Allen Hamilton, tell your software engineers to they go nowhere but to the store to buy food, and they go back home because they couldn't afford to lose us being out sick. Uh, so then I said, hey, can I move up to Pennsylvania? I got some family up there, and they're like, yeah, sure. So here I am doing some good trout fishing. Um, you got some nice size volume right there for support. If we lose this area right here, you know what I always talk about thinly traded areas? We can probably come down pretty quickly, but you got that support right there on that moving average. Uh, the long term goal for this, I mean, this Ninja Trader project is definitely uh, good. And I've done this, uh, I'm just coded this myself in the past. I don't know how long I've been working on it, about 2, 3 months. I think a couple months. I don't know. The long term project is to possibly start working on my own order flow trading platform. And what I would like to do is actually have it affordable to most traders. I guess that's why I built this live pulse because most traders don't have $100. See, when I first started trading, I didn't care about spending $100, $200 a month on tools or whatever I needed because I was a software engineer. I was making six figures, so a couple $100 to me, that ain't nothing. I mean, heck, I probably spent more than that on a good bottle of liquor. Um, so I didn't care about that. But most traders don't have that kind of money. And that's another thing. They put themselves into stress and they're like, man, every single month I'm already down like $200. So they're already thinking I got to make $200 just to break even. Then they make stupid decisions and it just goes downhill from there. Okay, on a 5 minute, if you look at this on a 5 minute, we got a nice volume distribution. It's like a P shape. On a volume profile, this is the P shape. So when you break this area right here, you're if you lose this area right here, thinly traded area, you can possibly be going down. But if you're breaking this area right here, you could possibly maybe get yourself about 40 points on that move. This is the P shape. This is bullish. You're not going to see that when you're looking at a regular candlestick. You don't see that kind of crap. Okay. But when you're looking at volume, you can see that kind of crap. Okay, so if you're in here and you got up here and you're already up 10 points, well, guess what? You're already up here in resistance. Pay yourself a little bit. Go in a handful of micros. Pay yourself a little bit. Do not let a winning trade turn into a loser. Okay, peel off a little bit. Let the trade work. But absolutely do not let this thing get out of hand because before you know it, you're down here on a 50, 100 point loser and you're like, man, why did I do that? And then you'll be like me back in the day. You'll be like, man, just get me back to break even. I promise I'll never do this again. And then you do it again. It's just the way it is. You ain't got no self discipline. You ain't not gonna make it in the market. Okay. We got to break that high right there before we can even test this area up in here. Okay, if we break this area, it's probably good night for the shorts. Start breaking this area up in here. Um, in the beginning, I had a problem of trading. I could not handle losses very good. The reason I couldn't handle losses very good is because the way my dad raised me, you either win or lose, son. It's just the way it is. There, there is no everybody gets a trophy. You either win or lose. Uh, Also, spending 5 years in the United States Marine Corps, we do not take losing lightly. And I, when I first started trading, that's why I had a problem with trading of losing. I couldn't stand being 40% wrong most of the time. And being 60% right in trading in the financial markets, man, that's good. But to me, that wasn't good enough. 60% win rate is not good enough. I do not like losing. And once I let go of that mentality and I started trading, my trading started going a little differently. All righty. Oh my God, I went to go get my tea and look at it. Look at it. All right, this is news. This is not regular. This is not a short squeeze, folks. This is, I don't know what this is, but those were not shorts being squeezed out. That was not, look, I went in there to get my tea and the market decided to do what? But it all started with this right here. If you look at this one little 5 minute candle. Remember what I told you about? This 5 minute candle right here. From here to here. All that distribution of buying. You didn't have it down here down below. You had thinly traded market right here. Okay. So if you got in here and we came up to this area and you paid yourself a little bit and you held on to the trade and you're up here, got yourself 40, 50 point winner. I don't know how much that was. Got yourself about 40 point winner. Do not let a winning trade turn into a losing trade. You can start peeling some off. Let's say you in handful of contracts, start peeling something off because now that you're in the trade, we have an inside bar right here. We have an inside bar right here. You want to add to winners, not losers. Okay, so you get this pop. Okay, you peel off a little bit, pay yourself. You don't know if it's going to dump back down. We had a 1 minute inside bar. This is a 1 minute inside bar, folks. You're already in down here. Let's say you're in. Let's say you got that pop and you sold some contracts. Let's say you're in two contracts left. Okay, we got an inside bar. It starts breaking this. You can add to the position. Let's say you add another two contracts. You were down here. Now your cost average is right here. So now you're up here about four contracts. You want to add to your winners. You want to cut your losers, add to your winners. You see how earlier I cut my loser quick because the market told me I was wrong? Well, I cut it. So that's what happens. I went to go get my tea and the market decided this thing does it deliberately. I swear it does it deliberately. I swear it does it deliberately. Um, if you lose this area right here, if you lose this area right here, you got to start thinking about getting out, okay? Because where's your next support? Probably down here, about 35 points. If you start losing the, if you start losing 438 area, you got some people stacking on the bids right here, down here for support. You got some offers you got to chew through. That's quite a bit of offers you got to chew through. I don't have my DOM up. I'm usually a DOM trader. I'm still trying to get used to this little live pulse that I coded because that's what Bookmap does. We got 76 orders kickoff. That is one execution, people. That is one execution with 76 contracts. That is not that right there is. You can use that as support too. We start losing this area and start coming down here to 455. You got support right here, but if you start losing that 4.5, you need to really start thinking about the situation you got yourself into. This is how the sausage is made. I go get my tea and the market pops. I go run to do something. Afternoon, the market sells off. That's just the way it is. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, folks. Also, when I start streaming, I can't chew bubblegum and walk at the same time for some reason. Maybe I'll get better at it. All right, we got a lot of selling up in here. If we start losing this area right here, we got a lot of selling. You got some support right there, but I'm telling you, if you lose this area right up in here, if you lose this area right up in here, we could easily go down to 420. But you got to think, you've got a large buyer up there. You got 76 contracts that are buying. They are going to try and hold that. Okay. I don't know what type of trade selling that is. We're retail traders. We're not privileged to knowing the trade IDs. Man, I wish I could get the trade IDs from the data provider. That would be awesome. Then I could really tell what big dogs are doing what, but you don't have it. We got a lot of selling on this candle, so we start losing this area right here. We start losing this area right here, especially you start losing that 440. You start losing that 440, we could come down and test the moving average. That moving average is a Heiken Ashi data. What I've done is I've taken the Heiken Ashi data and I've smoothed it out with a 9 EMA. And that gives me a nice trend line. Nice trend, because that's what Heiken Ashis are good for. It's a nice trend line to get you in the trend. And then I smoothed it out with the 9 EMA. That was not my idea. I read, here we go. I read papers of the institutions and how they trade. And they used the Heiken Ashi data and they smoothed it out with an exponential moving average. We got some buyers defending this area. I thought for sure we'd lose it. We could be getting a micro pullback, maybe. All right. All right. We're not breaking that high right there. 2 to 3 bars is a micro pullback. This is not forming up to be a micro pullback. My old game plan was 2 to 3 bars for a micro pullback. I like that. It needs to break up here at the 455. It needs to really break up here at 455 with volume for us to take off. So the more we stay up in this area, moving average is going to keep climbing. We look at the 5 minutes, what the 5 minute is forming up to be right here, folks. You don't go straight down and straight up. There we go. We're losing it. Like I said, okay. To me, this is not a micro pullback, so I can't trade on the break of that. I needed to trade on the break of this bar right here with volume in order for me to do a micro pullback play. That's what I like, not this, because what this could turn into auction market theory. Okay, market finds value to the upside or downside. Market found value to the upside. Market likes to bounce around and kind of auction around. Okay. You got the buyers and sellers trying to find value again. It's just a balanced market. Market likes to move. Market likes to balance. The market will move again, then it will keep balancing. That's just the way it is. Right now, we could turn into like a 30-minute consolidation up here and piss off a lot of newbie traders. You're like, I want this thing to move, 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 be clicking buttons. Well, settle down and wait. I have already done 4 trades, 3 winners, 1 loser. 1 small loser. Keep your losers small, folks. Keep them small. Um, so we kind of lost that area, and then we came down to this area right here. I thought for sure we'd probably come down here and test this 400, to be quite honest. I thought we'd do it pretty aggressively. That's what my thought was, is we would do it pretty aggressively. We got a lot of bids sitting up there. We got some bids. We got about 646 bids in there. We got about 82 contracts. Um, what I'm doing is these large bubbles right here, I am aggregating all the volume within 100 milliseconds. Okay, so 53 of them 82 was one execution, was one order. 53 of them. Boom, there we go. Come on, come down there and test that 400. Mm. We got 160. It kicked off at 404 right there. We had 160 kickoff right here. Right there. You saw that on the live pulse. That's not one order. That's 160. That's 160 contracts that kicked off within 100 milliseconds. So that's 160 contracts that got kicked off in 100 milliseconds, and they're not getting rewarded. If they don't get rewarded, there's going to be problems for them. Um, And another thing, when you're looking at these large bubbles, okay, when you're looking at these large contracts kick off, we're talking like 100, 200 contracts. That's an inside bar right there. It's an inside bar, so your stop would be down here. I mean, it's a little hard to play because you're down below that moving average is sloping upwards, but the 1 minute and 5 minutes contradicting themselves. 5 minutes sloping upwards, 1 minute kind of sloping downwards. So if you do get into something like that, if you've already made profits, what you kind of want to do is, let's say you're trading 10 micros, you might want to start with like maybe 2 micros. Well, I was wrong. So boom, I take a stop out. I don't take a full blown, full account stop out. You just got to look at the trade and be like, man, you're not A plus. You're like a B or C, and then just lower your size. Because if you get uh, clobbered, it won't be so bad. So, uh, we had a lot of buying. That was a lot of buying. No selling right there. Just sit and wait. That's an inside bar. If you break that low right there, some people are thinking, "Oh, we're going to come down here and break that," but they're not actually looking at the volume right there and the multiple stacked imbalances where there was just all buying, no selling right here. Uh, because they're not seeing that. They're just looking at plain candles, and they're wondering why the market's not going down. Well, there is a reason. Also, there's another reason. Look at this. You had all this buy-in right here. So you got all that buy-in in this whole area at around 1150, all up in this area to like 1235. All of that buy-in, all of that big distribution of buying right up in here. Okay, and these are one contract executions. There's a reason. Also, the moving average is kind of sloping upwards, and we're kind of touching it right now. So before you execute a trade, look to the left. The market will tell you if the odds are in your favor. I thought for sure we would go down pretty quickly. We kind of stalled right here. Kind of stalled right there. I didn't expect that. I thought it would be going pretty good downwards in one candle, but it took one, two, three, four, about four candles, 4 minutes. I got connection loss. Oh, connection back. Bull knocks. Don't you be screwing me with like that. Boy, they really do stuff. Personal accounts that I've traded before, they don't do crap like this. Um, it was just me in the markets. That was months ago. Yeah, we're just sitting here. I really need to put the delta in down here. So this week, there's two things I would like to get done this week. This weekend, I wanted to get the settings done. I got the settings done, and I really like that because now I can use the color scheme that I usually use, and people can do that. What I need to do is put in so people can change the background, so it can change the background color. We got some volume kicking in here. We got large resting orders up there at 426, 426, 427. Got some large resting orders right there. Got some people sitting on the offers up there. You need to break through that before you can start traveling. You need to break through that area before we can start traveling. And if we do start traveling, if you look at the 5 minute, you see how we uh, kind of ran up, kind of pulled back. We got a little micro pullback on the 5 minutes, but we need to break that volume right there. And also up there at 445, you got some large resting offers up there too. What they just went away, little spoofing freaks. So we got a nice big volume forming up here. Okay, in that 1 minute. Okay, got some nice big, like a P shape right here, and that is bullish. And you remember what happened last time with the 5 minute when we broke it, we kind of ran up, kind of like what we're doing now a little bit, folks. Kind of like what we're doing now. So if you got in on that, get yourself about 10 points, about right up to here. If we can get up to here, get about 10 points, peel some off, manage the trade. Do not let a winner turn into a loser. Like I say, and I keep saying, commissions are a heck of a lot cheaper than a full stop out. All right, I'll be right back. All righty. Yeah, see, me personally, I would have been peeling off some right there, and then I'd be like, man, this trade's just taking too long. I am very impatient when it comes to the NQ. I am very impatient. There we go. We got some volume. It's starting to pop on light volume, but we got some volume. We got the 5 minute looking like this. We got the 5 minute looking. As you can see, we had a little micro pullback, a little break of that. We could probably come up here and test this area. Nice guy. See, right up in here, you got a little thickly traded volume up there at 440. So you got to be careful around that, around this area, because it's a little thickly traded on that 1 5 minute candle. Uh, we got some a little bit of offers sitting up there, not very much. You got some people sitting on the bids down here for support. I mean, yeah, keep holding it if you're in. I mean, if you got in right here where that little dotted line is, I would have peeled some off, to be quite honest, just because I'm a little impatient. Because I got a motto, and it's probably when I was trading those low float pump and dump pieces of crap. It either it has to pop or I drop. It's just the way it is. The trade's got to work out. I don't want to be sitting in a stinking trade for like 10 minutes. The trade's got to move. And usually when it does this, I'm usually selling half. That is not what you wanna see if you're in the trade is a sell imbalance. That's telling me I'm wrong. That's telling me I'm wrong, I need to go. That's telling me I'm wrong, I need to go. A sell imbalance right up there. If I got in down here and I peeled off a little bit right here, and I'm like, "Oh," now see, look at it. You're gonna prove me wrong. You're gonna pop and run about 50 points, ain't you? You're gonna make me a stinking liar right on the stream. I thought we were friends, NQ. Reason I thought it would sell is because I saw the big selling right there. Here, let me get rid of that. I saw the big selling right there, and then we started trading down and all this selling. I'm like, okay, we're gonna come down here and test this area. I guess not. Look at that. Yeah, you got yeah, nothing on the bids there, and I thought we were gonna just yeah. But hey, it is what it is. If you're in that trade, good job. Me, I probably would have already been out of it because I got bored. We got a lot of resting offers up there at 460, as you can see right here. We got a lot of resting offers up there at 460. You know you want them, go get them. Come on, you know you want them 462s up there. You know you want them, go get them. Got the bids stacking right here, about 25, about 15, 25. Okay, and come on, go get them 462s. You know you want them. You're up there. You're getting there. You're getting there. Come on, little bit more push. There we go. About 80 contracts to kick off in about 200 milliseconds. There we go. Come on, push it. You got it in you. Just step on the gas a little bit more. Just step on the gas and go get them 62s. You know you want the 62s. Come on, get the 62s. You know you want them. We're making higher highs, higher lows up here. Past few minutes, we've got 51 contracts that just kicked off in 100 milliseconds. There you go. Come on. Come on. You kissed it. You kissed it a little bit. Go up there and get them 67s. I've got a nice green volume up in these candles. This is what you want to see. You want to see nice green volume. Nice green volume. Okay. Nice green volume. I thought for sure when we got this selling up here, the move was over. Right here, I thought the move was over. We had a little shake and bake action right there, and then we just kind of run for another 25 points. Got a little shake and bake action that happened, but hey, it is what it is. You got people sitting on the bids right there. You got 71 to sell. You got that volume right there. That volume right there was about 71 contracts right there in 100 milliseconds. So they're trying to push it down. They're going to be taking heat. They're going to be like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm wrong. I'm done. Or maybe they want to pile in some more. You got a nice little battle right up in there. Come on, big dog. Start playing. Come on, sling around some contracts and start just slugging it out with each other. But here's the thing, this whole move, you gotta think, this whole move right here, what are we missing in this whole move? Well, what we're missing is big sellers getting trapped. And also, we're missing big buyers. We had 44 contracts that kicked off here, but that ain't too big. I've only got the settings set to 30. I like seeing 50, 100, 200 being slung around. One order, multiple contracts, like 50, 100, 200 contracts. We're not seeing that right here. We're not seeing some big participation. And it's like 2 o'clock. So maybe 2 o'clock, maybe the institution market makers are done for the day. We have no idea. And look at this big move down. We didn't have any large participation. I'd like to see a nice big sell contracts come in that you can use support when you're trying to short to keep moving down. That's kind of like what I like to see. Kind of like on this 5 minute right here. This 5 minute you had 53, but we're using all of this area right here, this buying, all this buying for support. So had a 5 minute run up, a little pullback on the 5 minute right there. And then right here, whoops, wrong way. Then right here, you had a large distribution of buying and selling right here. Okay, more selling down at the bottom, but we kind of got right down there to that point, and then we broke this with nice volume, so you can get in on that break and test it up here for about 30 points if you want to play a 5 minute. Now, here's a thing for new traders. What you need to understand is for the NQ is owned by algorithmic traders. And the way that works is it's not just institutions plugging in. Brain fart here. What you need to understand is institutions just don't turn on their little computer pets and let them go at it. Those things are managed and ran by traders and quants. And quants are just basically software engineers. Uh, they're just little data crunchers, software engineers. Okay. They're ran by traders and quants. They know when to turn them on. They know when to turn them off. Okay. They just don't just run by themselves. They are managed by traders and quants. And they're usually in teams. Like you'll have multiple traders and a couple software engineers, and they all work together. So you have to understand that the NQ, it's 100 tech stocks, and it's in these lower time frames, like this 1 minute, these lower time frames are owned by these algos. So if you come up here and you type in NQ, let's go to the June 26th. Okay, right now, all I have is live pulse. I put in range bars this weekend. We have buy and bounce area right here. We got buy and bounce right here. So we got a buy and bounce area, and we keep still running up. We got a buy and bounce area right here. So we got a buy and bounce. If we break that buy and bounce area, if we break it, then that's not going to be good. If we break that area, that's really not going to be good. You could start moving back down, and it's a buy and bounce on low volume. So, you got to be aware of that. And you're trying to sit there and buy a nice big move that's already happened. You're already trying to buy a move that's already happened. But you do have a buy and balance, more buying than selling. So, who knows what we got here? What we got here? We got some selling up in there. We got buy and balance area. Uh, You need to see the bid start stacking and start using that for support. And if you don't see that, you really got to cut the trade. Really need to see the bid start stacking, or you just have to get out of the trade like I did. Just take your small loss. We got some thin volume up here. I really just don't like that thin volume. We got big selling starting to stack here. 3 winners, 2 losers. 2 small losers. See, that's why I just didn't. We really need. That's why I cut the trade for a small loss. I didn't even let it get down past here, past the buy and balance. I just didn't do it. I just didn't want to. I'm not going to take a full stop out if it's not needed. Uh, I mean, we didn't even get 10 points to really even do anything. Uh, but what I was thinking is, we start breaking this area right here, and we've got this whole area to move. That's what I was thinking. We got this whole area to move right here. That's what I'm thinking. Thinking for a 50 or 100 pointer. Try to, and that's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. So you get in here, I got a little bit of green. I was like, okay, we're good. And we get in this candle, and then we just start losing. We see all that selling start kick in. So I just get out for a small loss. I'm not going to sit there and like get in here and then get out here and take like a 15, 20 point stop out. I'm not going to do that. Okay, I want to see momentum moving. Right now, the momentum shifted now it shifted extremely violently. See, okay, is this news? What is this? Nothing. Okay, it's just NQ drinking Red Bull again. You see, you got to be extremely careful with the Nasdaq when you're in like this, and you're in, and then all of a sudden you see the volume shift. And then when I came over here and I says, I really need to start seeing the bids start stacking, start moving up. And then all of a sudden they were like being pushed down. And I saw the selling volume kick in, and I'm like, nope, that ain't it. So I cut it. I took a small loss. I cut it a heck of a lot better than getting stopped that way down here and taking a 50-point loss, because that happened to me last week. I was in 3 minis, and I took some profits, and I took some more profits. Then I moved to a break even. It was a stop market break even, and then it blew right past it, and then it slaughtered me. So I'm like, yeah. Well, this week I ain't playing the stupid little games. I'm getting out when the momentum shifts. I ain't playing your stupid little games, NQ. You taught me a lesson last week. I'm not learning the same hard lesson again this week. So the momentum shifted because I was looking at here. See, I was looking at here, and I was like, we really need to see the bids start stacking, and they really need, and they were being pushed down, pushed down, pushed down. This bar right here, that little spinning top, almost kind of like a hangman, I guess. That bar right there kept pushing it down, pushing it down, pushing it down, and I'm like, you're gonna break that buy and bounce because it ain't that much volume. But why did I try to get in on a move like this? Well, yeah, I tried to get in here because I was thinking we had all this 76, all this right here for support. So we have all this right here for support. You got about 120 buy contracts. That's 120 support area right here. We got all this area that we can move right here, all this area. And I was thinking we might be able to move. We might be able to move up from here to here for about 100 points. That's what I was thinking. Well, we might get there, but I'm not gonna test it and take a massive loss when I'm already green for the day, and I've taken 2 small trades and it chewed up some of my profits. Not all of it, not even half of it, not even 7 no. It's 2:10. I don't know why I'm trading. I'm usually done by 11:30, but, this is the kind of stuff that you gotta think, and I know some people bought this huge red candle that dumped down, and they're probably making money now. They're making 50 points, great. If you're that type of trader, go for it. I do not try and catch a falling knife like that. That's just me. Just because I didn't do that in a personal account when I tried to learn before micros or fake prop firms came out. I call them fake prop firms. I mean, I guess they're legitimate. I don't know. They're not regulated. They don't need to be. Uh, so we had a big move down, and that was kind of strange too, because look at that volume right there. I mean, we kind of sliced through that pretty big. That was a pretty violent move. We sliced through all this volume right up in here. That was a pretty substantial move. I don't know if any news came out. I'm looking at financial juice. Pentagon officials weigh deployment of air troops to Iran. New York Times. I will have no comment. I'll just keep my mouth shut like my dad usually told me. If you have nothing good to say, just keep it shut. Um, yeah, so that was the news. Boom. So I tried to get in on this pop. We got some low volume. They knew something was coming, and look at it. Boom. NQ done crap the bed on on that big candle right there. NQ done crap the bed. Now we're trying to grind our way back up. You know, if it wasn't for this Iran stuff, we probably could have got ourselves a nice little 50-pointer run. Um. Oh well. Yep. I usually stay politically agnostic. I do not like. I don't. Both parties. I just don't like them. If you can't act like an adult, you really don't need to be in the government. None of them. Let's get the heat map back up here. Man, I'm glad I didn't get caught up in that news. Man, I got caught up in some Iran news last week. Woo, I got smoked. Still happening again this week, except for this week I learned my lesson. When the momentum shifts, something's up. I just had a gut feeling something was up when that started shifting. I'm like, yeah. I read I was doing some research. I was doing some research on Bookmap. Bookmap is a very good platform. It's written in Java. It's cross-platform, which is pretty nice. Uh, but what they do, they take a pre-rendered bitmap for their background. They take a pre-rendered bitmap for their background, and then the code that they write, they're using. I don't know what their code is, but they're using the GPU. They're using your graphics card to paint the graphics on the back. Now, this right here, I'm using Ninja Trader in C Sharp, and I'm using the Windows Presentation Foundation uh, framework for all of this. And what I want to do, because right now this is just using your CPU to print the heat map. It's using the CPU, and I want to refactor the code later to use a pre-rendered bitmap for the GPU, and let your graphics card build the heat map out. The performance will be better. Now I've got the threading issues and the performance pretty locked down for the Pulse add-on. Now the DOM add-on that's still in beta, it's working, and I take trades off of it. Uh, but there's some performance issues with the DOM that I really need to find time to work on. I really need to find the time to work on that and get that locked down because I love to trade off the DOM, especially with hotkeys. I traded on Jigsaw platform years ago, and that was really nice DOM scalping on that. We've got resting orders up there at 4.5. 4.5, we got some resting orders up in here. We got a breakthrough, as you can see right here. We're trading below. On the 1 minute, we're sloping downwards, and we're below the 1 minute, but we're above the 5 minute. The 1 minute, 5 minutes contradicting themselves. So what is that telling you? It's telling you do not go long or short. Put the odds in your favor. Go with the trend. Put the odds in your favor. You're looking for base hits. Um, there's not much. 468, you got some up there at 468, right up in here. If the window ever, if you're on the order flow pulse and the window for some reason, it doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. I can't think of why it would, why it does do this. But if it ever goes blank, like if you see it and it's like this, just double click and it recenters it. It doesn't happen all the time. It might happen maybe once a day or something for me. I've got a big dry erase board behind me in my office here. I got a whole bunch of stuff written on it, architectural stuff and little small to do things like that I got to look at. We got some orders getting kicked in 34, 31. They're not large orders because they were not one execution orders. They were just orders that happened at 446 within 100 milliseconds. The two of them. Each bubble is 100 milliseconds. Each bubble is 100 milliseconds, like 16 orders, 100 milliseconds. And also, what I do need to code in, there's some resting orders up there at 460, pretty large resting offers up there at 460, so be aware of that. If you're trying to go long, you need to chew through that. Right now, the 5 minute is still sloping upwards, but we really, in the 5 minute candle is uh, positive, but you got that 460 area right up in here. Oh, and it just kind of went away. Okay. Uh, Also, if you move around like this, you just double click and it recenters. You got a little 28. You got some people interested in selling. You got the 1 minute starting to flatline. We need to close above it and start sloping upwards for us to be thinking about taking along and trying to get this move. It's 220. You really got to think. It's 220. Uh, you got to know your stats. And my stats tell me that I'm not a very good trader in late afternoon. So if I want to keep trading, we got a large order at 78. We got about 40 up there in 100 milliseconds. That large order, you see that big red right there? Let me get rid of the heat map right there. You see that big, large sell delta right there? That was that large seller. And that ooh, look at that. Got smoked. There we go. Pick it right back up, boys. Pick it right back up. Pick it up. Pick it up. The book got light. The book got light. And we just kind of little trip, little trip. And I was getting ready to say, you got some large orders right there. We got some large orders right there. Big negative delta right there because the opacity of this bar is pretty heavy. That's telling me selling. If we start breaking this area right here, they're going to be taking some heat. And we probably get yourself a trade. But right now, that trade is invalid because we are breaking through. So that trade's invalid. We haven't had any good absorption trades today. Where was that 38? That was around 2 o'clock. What happened there? That was a seller. That was that seller down there. Okay, that's it. So that was not a trapped seller. Okay, you got to watch this. If you try and buy the break of this, got some resting orders up there at 460, uh, right up in here. In order for this to be really good, in which we are forming a nice P shape and we're losing it, we need to get back up in there. You need to form out the buying up in this area on the 1 minute so you can use that as support. Right now, it's not doing that. We got some bids down here at about 440. We got some offers up here at about 460. That's not what I like to see. I want to see a nice positive candle closed up here with a nice big green distribution of buying. Big, large distribution of buying, folks. That's what we need. Big, large distribution of buying up in here. That's what we need. We got the 5 minute looking like that. Yeah. Well, there's stacking right here at 33, 22, 33, stacking up at 47, 48. The bids are stacking right there. That's good, but you got them offers up there at 460. You know you'll want them. You know you'll want them. Go get them. You know You know you want them, so go get them like you just did. And you know you want them, so go get them. That big wick is not what I like to see. We need to see the volume filling out. We really need to see the volume filling out. Fill out, folks. Fill out. That big wick is not what I like to see. A wick is not what I like. Come on. That big wick is not what I like to see. I don't like seeing that. That big wick right there, I don't like seeing that. Need to start filling out. We need to really start filling out. We got some offers up there. Let me refresh this. Got some offers up there at 465. 465. You got them stacking on the bids at 454. We need to go up there to 465. We can't just stay in this consolidation, folks. Come on, let's get moving. We really just can't stay consolidated here. We really just can't stay consolidated here, folks. Well, we bounced off the 444s. If you look at the 5 minute, the volume is kind of filling out, but we're kind of down below it. We need to start traveling up above it. We really need to start traveling up above all that volume on a 5 minute. So we got some offers of 465s. We really need to start filling that out. We're starting to come up on some light volume here. Um, we're coming up on light volume, and I don't like seeing that. We got 444s down here. If this is going to form a hammer, it needs to be a pretty good one with big green volume on the 1 minute. See, this is what you want to see. All right. All right. I just got out. I just did not. I don't like all this consolidation, so I just took a little bit. We came up. We came down to this area. I think we just came down into this area 440, 430, and I kind of bought a little bit more on that pullback. And then once we got up here, back up here, I bought back on the little pullback. We had some support on the bids, and up in here I sold just because of light volume. I don't even know how much it was. Let me look. It was like 8 points. I just got out because I just 8 points. It was already a trade. We've already been taking too long, so I just took my 8 points and just moved on. I mean, I just paid for that small loss I took before this one. Whoops, let's kind of recenter this. 84 right there. Not one large order, but 84, and it's kind of a dark violet blue. So the darker it is, the higher the negative delta it is. Bookmap don't have that. I don't think they have it color coded with their bubbles of how much the delta is. If it's large delta, it's a dark one. Like see that bubble right there with 15 or whatever, or the 13, or maybe that's 16 right here. You see how the opacity is very light? That means it's light negative delta. That's all that means. If it's a big solid bubble, that means it's a high delta, positive or negative. See, I'm glad I got out of the trade for about my 8 points with I took a loss on, I don't know where I took a loss. Oh, it was up here on this trade. I took a loss, so this trade basically got me back to break even from that trade. Winner, loser, they kind of equal each other out. I'm still green for the day. I don't know how many trades is that. 3, 4 winners, 3, 4 losers. I don't know. I'm still up. Keep my losers small, and then it's going to run without me. I don't care because I've already made my decision. My decision was I don't like it. So I stick with my decision. And another thing, we're also in the middle of this friggin' slop right here. Um, if we get a pop, that'll be great. Uh, the reason I got into the trade because the 5 minute was setting up. Okay, we got into the trade. The thing was, is we needed to get above this green volume right here. We were down in here. Okay, we needed to get above that volume area, and we are. We're way up here, which is nice. Man, I should have held that. I always cut my trades too early. Just, I guess. Um, I always just cut them too early. We got a large area right up in here. We got a large, about 75 contracts up here, 501. 75 sitting on the offer up there. About 501, about 500 area, 24, 500 you got to be aware of. 24, 500 you got to be aware of. Ooh, they going for him too. Look at them. Yeah, look at that. They going for them boys. Look at that. My thesis was right. I just didn't like the low volume that it was doing. Look at that buy and balance area right there. You got to buy and bounce right there. You got to sell. You got some sellers right there. They're going to get smoked, man. Them sellers, are you going to get smoked? You got a lot of selling up in here. If they don't get paid, they going to cut it. If they take too much heat, they're going to cut it. You got some volume being built out right up in here. You got some volume being built out right up in here. You see them stacking on the bids right here. You see them stacking on the bids right there. If we start losing them bids, we could come back down a little bit. All right, so we closed a little. We closed a bit. They're still pushing. We got some offers sitting up there at 533. At 533, we got some sitting up there at 533 and 552. 552, they got some offers up there sitting up there at 552. 533, 33, 43, 33s are sitting on the offers up there, and the 43s are sitting up there. You got them really sitting up there on the 50s up there. You see how big that histogram is? We're slowly building this out. You got them 44s. They are up. Yeah, you guys are going to take some heat, ain't you? Yep, they might get a 44 is not too much, so wouldn't be too worried about it. It's like 240. I think I'm done for the day. I don't want to keep pushing my luck. I gave back a little bit more than what I should have. Gave back about 25% of what I made today, so I am done. They're going to go test. They're going to go test the the 5 halves. We're going to go test the 5 halves, folks. Let's go. Let's test them up there. We got to get through all these offers first. We got to get through the 38s and the 42s up here. We The bad thing is we've deviated from the moving average on a 1 minute quite far. It can still go just because there's a lot of people that try to short a raging market, and there's a lot of people that try to buy a falling market. Uh, it can always go higher, it can always go lower. Right now, we're putting some topping tails on up in here. That's the thing you got to really look at. Okay, you got these topping tails right here. You got a little topping tail. You got a shooting star right there. You got a topping tail. Okay, and once you start seeing that, the momentum starts shifting. Okay, we had some nice volume, but we closed down below it. Uh, the momentum could be shifting. Now we're doing this tail right here on the current 1 minute. So that's just buyers losing steam, sellers losing steam, and just kind of battle right here in the middle right here. And you kind of look at the 5 minute and you can see that right there, that 5 minute. See, I wanted this move right here. I wanted it right up in here. This is where I wanted it, right up in here. Right here is where I wanted it. We eventually got it. We got a selling balance. That's not good if you're long. We got selling balance right there. Not what you want to see when you're long. So quite frankly, if you did get long, where you should be have gotten out. You see this candle right here? You see that topping tail right there? You got that seller. I was hoping they'd get trapped. We keep squeezing. We got that seller right there, but we closed down below right here. So we got a big topping tail right here, all the volume right there, and we closed below it. All the volume right here, but we closed right at it. But there was more sellers than anything, so the delta started shifting. Right here, you got big topping tail. Okay, shooting star, and then right here, you got all that selling right there. Once we broke this area right here, once we broke that, then yeah, that's when we started moving back down. So if you're in the trade and you want to start taking profits, you definitely got to you start getting out in this area right here, because that's where the momentum's shifting. And you're not gonna just see that just by looking at a candle, okay? You really need to look at the volume inside the candle to be able to see where the momentum is shifting. We had a lot of buying up here up top, and I thought for sure we would hold it and just keep moving, but I guess not. Yeah. So I took a little money off the table right here, and boy, did it pop. So because right here, and the reason I got out, there's a reason why I got out, because we were right here in this area right here, and it was just kept going on and on. And we got right here, and I was like, man, I'm not seeing the volume. I'm just not seeing it. Uh, so I just took my 8 points and just moved on. I took 8 points and I just moved on. And then it really kinda popped up to about a 50 pointer. That was pretty nice. But I just got out because I just didn't feel it right there at the time. We got a 109 buyer right there. 245. I've given back a little bit more than what I wanted, so I'm done trading. I'm not gonna keep pushing buttons and keep dwindling my profits down. Uh, let's see. Yeah, I've given back 20% of my profits in the last 2 trade last no, I wouldn't say last 2 trades. I've given back 20% of my profits that I made today. I'm done. I'm not gonna sit there and keep going. I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, I can make it back in this trade. I can make my profits back in this trade and get myself a 20 pointer." Yeah, it does look good, but I ain't doing it. I gotta have some discipline. It's 2:45. I gotta have some discipline. Just walk away with a profitable day, giving back 20% of my profits. I'm like, nope, discipline. Just walk away. So, what I'm going to be working on next, well, there's two major things I want to get done this week. Two major things. Okay. One major thing I'd like to get is the delta down here. So when you look at this candle right here and you look down below, you'll understand exactly what the delta is. Kind of like how I have on order flow bars indicator, the delta, except for it's going to be all the delta right here. Okay, and it's going to be all the delta. That's what I would like to do, is get that delta down here per candle. That is what I would like to do. And then another thing I want to do, I don't know which one I want to do first. I kind of have to think about it and get the easy one knocked out first. The next one is have a, well, probably the delta will be the easiest, is have the volume profile on the right hand side of the price right here. have the volume profile right here and have it kind of like grayed out in an area where you know where the high value area is and where the low value area is, and have like the point of control to be yellow. Uh, and then have an actual volume profile right here so you can tell. And also kind of have like a delta profile, kind of like how I have my DOM. Now my DOM is still is a prototype. Uh, my DOM is still a prototype. So if we go to NQ June 26, I want to tick merge this to 4. Um, I want to tick merge that to 4. Let this fill out. Um, have like a profile like this and have it grayed out where the high value and low value areas are. And then right beside it, have the delta profile. So that's what I would like to have right here. Okay. And then actually have it in the options where you can choose, kind of like how you can choose if you want the DOM right here for the histogram for the level 2 if you have level 2 enabled. What I'm going to do is have the profile, and you'll have an option if you want to show the profile or not, is have the profile right here to the right, and also have the delta right here to the right. And what I would really like, which I kind of want to think about having this, is all the large volume, the one where the bubbles are, where you have one execution right here of 109 contracts. Okay. All the large bubbles kind of give you an idea where they've traded in the past. Maybe we could have that an option right up here on the histogram on the left, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Ah, I really think I can take this. The thing about add-ons, like this add-on right here, the thing about these add-ons, you got large wrestling orders up here at around 430 area, or maybe not. Up there at 440, you definitely got one right there. Um, this right here, I really think this add-on for the NinjaTrader platform can be really good. If I could get some support for it. Once I release it, we got a buy and bounce area starting to kick off. You see a lot of green bubbles right here, but also I just saw a lot of yellow lines kind of flash up in here. That was, and the yellow lines are stacked and bounce areas. We had some stacked and bounce up in here, but then they kind of went away. So you still have buyers up in here. And you still see a lot of green being built out, which that is what you want to see if you're going to go bullish, which I think you should, because if you look at the 5 minute is definitely in an upward trend. Now we've kind of moved quite far, and I tried to get in on this trade right up in this area right here. I've tried quite a few times, and then I finally got it, and then I cut it because I got frustrated because it wouldn't move quick enough, and then it popped to 50 points without me, you little turd. Um, that's how it is. Some of you are gonna take this add-on trade and out trade me, and I hope you do. Um, 540, you got some resting offers up there. That's pretty large too. It's like 821 contracts up there resting. Um, I really think this Ninja Trader add-on could really go far. What I would like to do once I get support for it next month, it's going to be coming out of free version next month because I need to start getting support. It's going to be cheap. It's going to be cheap. I think like maybe the first couple hundred, maybe the first 200 people will get like $95 for like a whole year. I just need to get some revenue coming in for me to keep moving forward with what I want to do with it. Because this is just the beginning of it. This is just the beginning. There is more to come. Like the delta down at the bottom here, I need to get the delta, then the profile, and then the delta profile I need to get. Okay. Uh, that that should be done this week. The delta will definitely be done this week, and the profile should be done this week. If not, it will be done by 6 p.m. Sunday. Uh, just remember, I'm on version 1.0.8 for Order Flow Pulse. If you go to the website, if your version does not match up with what's on the site, you just need to update. And if you have any problems, just send support at orderflowbars.com. What I'm looking to do is kind of like how I have on the DOM here. I've got the DOM built out with execution buttons, as you can see right here. These execution buttons, you have the account and then the quantity and then the total quantity that you're currently in and then your P&L. And then you have your market orders and your limits, and then you have a break even button, then a cancel, and then a flat. Uh, so all the executions are working. What I'm looking to do is take that logic that I've already written once and reuse it for the chart right here. What I'm planning on doing is having a button up here, kind of like a trade button, a little button up here to let you know, hey, trade, or it might actually say uh, I wonder if I could steal Ninja Trader's chart trader. I don't know, maybe, or just say trade, and it says trade, and it's a little button up there, and then a window will pop open, so you can drag it around however you want. I mean, so many platforms have it to the right, and you're kind of like it has to be at the right, and it's kind of fixed to the chart. What I would like for it to do is to have a button up there and a floating window pop open and that way you can drag it around to however you want. Uh, then you can drag it around, and then you choose the account you want, and then when you click it on this window right here, it shows NQ June 26. So that's where you're going to be executing it from is that contract. So that will be coming probably next week, more than likely. Uh, and then we're going to have a actual chart trading. So when you do execute the buttons, your stops or whatever, and you'll be able to click and drag it. The only bad thing is I have to code everything myself when I do that. When you do an add-on, you have to code everything yourself with an add-on. This little ruler I have with the profit and loss stuff, that's not Ninja Trader. That's me coding that in there. So that is me coding that stuff in there. Let's go to Live Pulse. Resting orders. How many resting orders? Let's do 5. Yeah, you got a little bit down there. I normally don't like doing all of that, to be quite honest. I'm not used to heat map trading. I'm used to just trading off of a DOM. But that's just me. That is just me. Maybe I could learn from some of you how to trade this, how to trade a heat map. What I do like to use it for is large orders for absorption, and then trade off of those absorptions. That is very useful for this. I found that to be very useful. Other than that, I don't know how you would trade off of this. Also, to be able to take profits. If you're in the trade and you see a bunch of large resting offers up there and it's kind of lit up like the Christmas tree, then you might want to start. And you get up there and you can't break through it, well, you might want to take some of your profits off the table. Other than those two things, I really don't know what use it really is. Boy, that kind of got bright quick. I wonder what happened. Something woke up. Um, Something woke up. What we got here? Let's go to 8. That's a little too much. Yeah, well, just take away that. Yeah. You know what I could have for the live pulse? If you're in live pulse mode, a slider could show up on the header up here somewhere. Kind of like a slider that you'd be able to slide it, and you can be able to, or slide it in the text, or a plus minus arrow button so you can kind of adjust it as you go. That might be a good idea. We'll just go ahead and release it as it is right here, and we'll see what other folks think about that idea. We got some resting offers up here at 510, right up in this area, 510, 511. We got the bids down there. The bad thing is you got the 1 minute kind of flatline. You see that 1 minute is just kind of flatlining. That's telling me do not buy, do not short. No shorts, no buy. No longs, no shorts. When it's flatline, that means for you to stay flat. Hmm. A little spurt of buying right there. You know, I just don't I think when you're in live pulse mode, I don't need the moving average. And I don't need the volume bars. I do need the heat map. I do, because I mean, it's kind of useless without that if you think, quite honest. But if you click HM for heat map, the heat map shows up. But the moving average and the volume bars I really don't need when you're in live pulse mode. So let me update that. You know what I could do? Because you don't need the moving average or the volume bars when you're in live pulse mode. That's useless. The logic is not even showing on the screen, so why have those check boxes? What I could do is just kind of put maybe like a slider or something there for the heat map, or like a plus and minus button. You can bump it up, bump it down, uh, to get the heat map adjusted the way you like it. Maybe that is what we should do. Right side padding. Oh, right side padding. Yeah, I need to do some right side padding on here. I don't quite like that. Let's see. When in live pulse mode, so when I'm in live pulse mode, remove MA and vol bars, or just say hide. Not really removing them. It's just a condition statement to show them or not. Hide MA, and vol bars. Because the volume bars are these right here on the 1 minute. These are the volume bars. They don't show up here, so I really don't need those options when I'm in live pulse mode. But if you click down here and you go to range bars, you need them 30-second, minute, 2 minute, 5 minute. You kind of need them. That reminds me earlier, um, a 2 minute is a pretty nice sweet spot. A 2 minute is a pretty nice sweet spot. 2 minute chart is a pretty nice sweet spot. We're starting to sell off a little bit on the 1 minute. We came down here to this area and kind of bouncing off of this. That might be a little bit of support right there at 495. It only bounced about 5 points. I mean, I wouldn't try and short this, to be quite honest, because look at this. Look at this. We're right here. We're in a balanced market area, like a 30-point balanced market area. I need a break. You're in a 30 point balanced market area. I need a break. You got some selling, you got some buying bubbles, selling bubbles. I need a break, my boy. My boy NQ, give me a break. You're coming down to the 5 minute, and that's what you got to be aware of. You're coming down here to the 5 minute. Okay, you got 109 contracts that was interested in buying in this area. Okay, this is the thing you got to be aware of. You got a large player that is willing to buy right here. You got a large player at 76. That is nothing to sneeze about right there. That's like 200 contracts. That's nothing to sneeze about. You got the order flow bar moving average sloping upwards, so that is bullish. So if you want to go short, you might want to talk to your psychologist. Um, I mean, who knows? But this market, the way it is, when you had that news come out with Iran and NQ crapped the bed for that 1 minute, and then it kind of cleaned it up. Uh, yeah. Yeah, so the way that Bookmap does this is they do pre-rendered bitmaps. I'm pretty sure they do. I know they do GPU rendering. They have the background, and it's a background that that's pre-rendered, and the GPU renders it, and it's much faster, and the performance is better. Better than what I'm doing in this code right here, but I just kind of put this together very quickly to get the idea out there. This is more of like, well, it's more than just a prototype. This is an actual running app right now. So, uh, but the performance could be better if I pre-rendered the backgrounds as bitmap, and then I rewrote the code to render it as have it rendered with the graphics card rather than CPU based. Which all of that will be hashed out. Also, I have to cap this up top here. This is kind of the opacity up here, which is kind of nice, I guess. A little stylish opacity up there at the header. That wasn't intended, but we can say it was. We could say it was intended because we have a a light opacity header that you can see. Um, it's 3 o'clock. I'm done. I made some profits this morning. I made a handful of trades. I made some good ones. I made some bad ones. I made more money on my good ones than the bad ones. I gave back 20% of my profits in the late afternoon, so I just call it a day. I'm done. That's just the way it is. Walk away with some discipline. Have some self control. Trust me, you do not wanna slug it out with the NQ. And also, here's another thing. A lot of folks will say, "The market took that money from me, I want it back," and then they just keep trading, then they just go way down. And then they get all jacked. "That market took the money from me." No, 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 no. The market didn't take the money from you. The market didn't do anything to you. You gave that money back. That 20% that I gave back to the market in late afternoon, the market didn't take it from me. I gave it to them. I gave 20% of my profits back to the market. It was my own fault. I clicked the button. I took my responsibility. You gotta look at yourself in the mirror. You're the one that did it, not the market. These institutions ain't the one that, "Oh, I got stopped out because the institution stop hunted me." I'm sorry, but that's just a made up excuse from somebody that wants to blame everything but themselves. I mean, that's just the truth. These institutions and market makers don't give a flying crap about us retail traders in the futures market. We're 5% of the volume. It's not like stocks where, retail traders, there's quite a few of them. Okay. This is futures. This financial instrument is owned by the institutions and market makers. They run the game here. We're just 5% rough. Ain't nobody stop hunting our little retail bucks. No one cares about us. We just get caught up in the dog fight between the big dogs. That's all it is. Got a little bit of liquidity right here. Bring it down a little bit. There we go. That's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Instead of way up in your face. I would really like to sit down and think what I could do for this as a game changer. That book map, because Bookmap owns the little heat map market, whatever you want to call it. Bookmap owns it and owns that area. I like to be able to sit down and think of something that's extremely useful to traders that Bookmap does not have, and be able to code it in and have it something that is very, very marketable. It's something that people want or need. Really need to sit down and think about that. Because this is getting locked down pretty solid. This is a lot better than what I first started with. Oh my word. When I first started with it, I put a YouTube video out there and it was just a stinking green and red bubble, just solid color, nothing else, just a solid color. And I'd be like, "Hey, look at this bubble." And so many people liked it back then. Now they really like it. But I need to think of something. I need to think of something that Bookmap doesn't have. Now, I mean, I don't think Bookmap has the opacity. You see that? No, it kind of went away. See that 17 right there with the light opacity? That means light positive delta. When you see a dark green bubble, that means high positive delta. A dark red bubble, that means high negative delta, or in my case, blue violet. Because I'm a weirdo like that, I guess. That's what I would like to do. The leg to leg delta, like the one order flow lab has. Okay. Um, Let me recenter this. You know what I really need to do, which I don't have the time for because I'm coding so stinking much. It's just me. Um, what are you talking about? This yellow line on the screen? It keeps moving up and down. What is line? Uh, 310. Okay, yeah. Well, that really depends on like the market. I wish I had my other chart up. Um, Here, let me bring up the DOM. Let me try and see if we can't get something going here. Uh, I'm not going to be trading anymore, so let me tick merge this. Uh, oh, that means I can't. Let me go into 30. Yeah, so no, not 330. There we go. Um, like delta between the NQ, since NQ is a thinly traded market, and ES is the thickly traded market, the delta difference is going to be different between the two instruments. But for like the NQ, if you have like an average delta of 20, and then all of a sudden you see the delta jump, because normally in a footprint chart, I'll have it, which I'm going to have it down here. I'm going to work on that tonight, having the delta down here because I really need it. Um, like let's say this bar right here, we're currently forming. Let's say we're at a negative 10 delta, and then all of a sudden it goes from negative 10 delta to like a positive 50 delta. Okay, let's say it just jumps up to positive 50 delta. That's a delta surge of like 60. Okay, that's pretty high for the NQ, in my opinion. A delta surge of that much. Uh, Now we can get a CVD, a cumulative volume delta, kind of like how I have. Yeah, which I really don't know what the delta is. I mean, you can look at these bars right here, like these bars right here. Uh, this light green bar, the opacity is kind of light, so that means kind of a light positive delta. And then this bar right here was kind of darker green. That means a higher positive delta. But I want to know what the delta numbers are, as well as the cumulative volume delta, the CVD. Just because I like to know. So many times I will be in a trade, okay? And let's see if we can't go back here. I don't think we can go back here and find the trade that I was in. Uh, like right here, if we're like this trade that w- that was in this right here. If you're up here, let me get. Come on. Yeah, I've got the numbers in order flow bars, and I'm gonna put them up here in the order flow pulse. So many times I'll be in the trade and I'll look at the numbers right here up at the top. When I start seeing this candle here and I start seeing positive 100 delta, and it goes from positive 100 to 75 to 50, and it goes down pretty quickly, I'll start taking profits. I'll be like, you know what? I'm going to start cutting it because it's starting to move down. Now, if it surges very, very quickly from like a positive 50 to like a negative 25, I'll just flatten the trade because that's telling me there's a major shift going on. And that was a delta surge of sellers just slamming into the market. Um, Also, right here on this bar, right here on the DOM, what I like to look at, and what I like to look at is the profile. Like this right here from 471 to 468, 468 to 471. Like right now we're trading above it. That's positive delta. So in this area right here, there was buyers that were really interested in this area, okay? So, you could possibly try to get in here, but if you start losing that area right there, that 805, that this 1805, I'm sorry, wait, the 467, 466 area, you really got to think about, okay, I might be wrong on this long, okay, because I'm using this delta profile for support, okay. Let's say I got in at 73 and we're up here at 83 and we got like 10 points. I'd be cutting the trade and moving to a break even. That's how I used to dom scalp a lot, is by using this area. And when we're moving up on thinly traded volume. And there was kind of a neutral delta volume up here, but I'll start looking at the bars. Okay. And if that 77 starts getting dwindled down to like negative 25, it's like, okay, the delta is shifting right there. Uh, but on a footprint chart, because a lot of people have footprint charts with the delta down at the bottom. And that is what I am going to be doing for order flow pulse. Order flow bars is that's the one that started all this stuff off. Uh, what I'm looking to do is I'm not going to be trading off order flow bars. I'm only going to be trading off of order flow pulse and the DOM once I get that locked in. And because I got some threading issues I need to take care of and some performance stuff with the DOM. It slows the system down. I just need to work on it. It was the same way with order flow pulse. That had issues, and I finally just picked at it and worked at it, and it seems to be running pretty decent. But there is an issue with the order flow bars. If you have too many order flow bars attached to a chart, the management system for NinjaTrader will force reset that, and it will just and it will just all the data would just go away because uh, NinjaTrader uses the market data, and then I'm using the market data to read all the data. And and the data that I'm reading, because NinjaTrader has a switch in there. If too many things are competing for the same thing, what it does is that it force resets the chart. And the reason they do that is so the platform doesn't crash. Now, the platform can crash. Every platform can crash, but it helps it force reset it so the platform doesn't freeze up. Okay. And with the add-on, I don't have that issue because it's not using any NinjaTrader backend. I'm just using a market data hub that I wrote once. It grabs all the market data and the market depth for level 2 once, and then it feeds it to all 3 of these windows. It just fans it out to all 3 of the windows. So I don't have that issue. That's why this right here is more responsive than the NinjaTrader one. That indicator is good, but I want to be able to have everything into order flow pulse. Uh, so people can just use this. And then I don't know, I'll probably be writing my own charts for NinjaTrader. I want to have a real footprint chart. Kind of like we have the volume here, but eventually, probably next month, what I'm going to be doing is putting the actual bids and asks up there that for people that really do trade off of a footprint chart like I used to back in the day. So where you can look at the stacked and balanced things like that, and you go from there. Um, and then I want to have for Ninja Trader, I want to start building out uh, not an order flow charts like this, but just regular bar charts or hollow charts and stuff, and or tick charts and range charts, uh, and start building out. What I would really want to do is build out a TPO chart, time price opportunity chart, because I use that quite a bit to look throughout at the end of the day, beginning of the market. I look at the volume profile for the past 10 days. Uh, Past 10 trading days, I just look at the volume profile. And I kind of want to build that out myself. Because what I would like to do in the near future, if I can get enough support for the Ninja Trader, is always support Ninja Trader. But what I would like to do in long term is actually have my own order flow trading platform. And all this code that I'm writing for Ninja Trader, all this can be done, can be ported over to my own platform. I just have to write my own data connections for the Rhythmic and stuff like that, which is not a problem. And some of the backend stuff for the server, I'll just write the Rust code for that, since that will be easy. And then what I would like to do is have the backend for the Rust code to be able to get all that data and be able to store where all these large trades were. So if anybody has anything above like 5 volume or up, it stores kind of stores it so you can look at historical bubbles. But that's real long term in the future. We had some 100 within 100 milliseconds. You had quite a bit of volume come in there. That was that bar right there at 472. That was that one right there. We had quite a bit of large volume coming in. We had some sitting on the bits right there. We got some selling coming in. If they don't start dropping this, they could be get absorbed if we don't start dropping this. The the thing is, you look at the 5 minute right here. If you look at the 5 minute, we're starting to slope up downwards. We're starting to move down on a 5 minute. So if we start losing this area right here, we could travel down. So if you're looking for anything, I'd probably be looking to go short. But right now it's 322. I probably wouldn't do anything, to be quite honest. That's just me though. If you made money today, come back tomorrow. I made some profits. I gave some of it back. I'm done. Tomorrow's another day. Tomorrow, I don't need to go anywhere. It's always Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I have to go do something right around between 11:40 and 12:15. About 30 minutes. I got to run and do something. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Tuesdays and Thursdays, I can really sit here and trade. And normally I try to trade, try to make my money from like 11:30 and move on. But this pre-market, man, pre-market this morning was nuts. Wow. That was that was crazy. That's like COVID time moves. Um, I'm surprised the market didn't get halted. But 325, I probably wouldn't be doing much anything, to be quite honest. You got the 1 minute, 5 minute contradicting each other again. as you can see here. They're starting to contradict each other. That's sloping downwards. This is going to close above, hopefully. If you're a bull, it's going to close above. Be flatlining on the 1 minute and the 5 minute. And you know what my saying is, when the lines are flat, you need to be flat. When the lines are flat, you need to be flat. Okay, we closed below it. Now we might. And there's another thing I want to do this year for an interest rate add-on is once everything gets locked down, once the DOM gets all locked down, everything's good. We have a sell and bounce right here. You got a stack sell and bounce right here. It's on low volume, but if we close below it, it could be a trade. If you are trying to short this and you're in here, you've already you got to be careful. They can take away these selling balances and come right back into a balanced market. That's the thing about these balanced markets like this. In this area right there, that's a balanced market. We found value to the downside. It likes to auction around. It likes to balance around. Sometimes it will poke up or down. This time it poked down and it came right back up. Okay, you got to be careful about that. That's why I always like that when those selling balances or buying balances kick off, I like to wait for the close of the bar to be able to make my decision. Because right now we're just back into the balance area. Buyers are not giving up. You got some large sellers there. You got 31 to 78 contracts uh, between two executions right there, but uh, they're not in full control because we have a balanced area right here. And plus, another thing, you really need to look at just the little subtle differences. We had sell contracts right here. Sell, 31 sell contracts, one execution closed above it. 78 contracts, one execution, we closed above it. Okay. That right there is not telling me that they are in full control. That right there, those two bars, that's telling me they're not in full control. If they were in full control, we'd be closed down below 78, making a lower low, close below. That's in control. Trying to look for something here. Okay, trapped buyer. 53 contracts, trapped buyer. You got an inside bar. So a break of this area right here. We kind of came down to about 15 points, but you just have to manage your trade. That's telling me they're not in full control because we closed above them both times. We closed pretty high on this one, on that 78 contracts. They're not in full control. It's 3:30. The 1 minute starting to flatline. You got the 5 minute. It looks like it's trying to form a hammer right there. We got the volume being built out on that 5 minute as well. As you can see right there, that volume is being built out right here. Point of control in this candle is right there, kind of like where we're at on that 5 minute, because we have more. The volume is right there. Right there is the volume. That is the point of control for the volume is right here. And we're filling that area out. In order to move up, we really need to close above this distribution of volume right here. Need to close above right here to try and make a go at it and get them 31s and 78s. Get them 100, 120 contracts taking a little bit of heat, closing above here, and then maybe you'll get them to cover and put fuel to the fire and try to get like 20 points. That is what I like to see. Now, if it happens, we have no idea. But you got to have a game plan. Stick to it. You gotta have a game plan and stick to it. Right now, they're not taking too much heat. We didn't close above that 5 minutes, so that's not good. Are we gonna sell off in the? Are we gonna sell off right there? Are we going to sell off right there? We have no idea. Oh wow, this is just 332. This is kind of nutty. All right. What do we got here? We got some movement towards the end of the day. Not very much, to be quite honest. Uh, Wow. Four. Just sitting there shopping around. Oh, that ain't. Come on, what we got here? What we got here, folks? What we got here? Come on. You gotta move. Gotta do something. What you got there? You moved slightly. Well, you got a lot of selling going on. Yeah, a lot down there sitting on the bid right there about 4 half. What did that look like? That right there. Trying to get some good images. Get some good images. We ain't doing very much kind of back and forth in this balanced market right now. What we got going on? I don't have very much going on. It was just right up in here, right up in this area right here. We kind of poked down a little bit and we came right back into the balance area after this little search for the value to the downside. Not much is going on right now. Well, we got a little bit of movement right there. What you gonna do? You gonna squeeze them little 78 31s out right here, 78 and 31s. We're gonna see if they can't get squeezed out towards the end of the day. It's about 338. If you're gonna click a button, you might want to go extremely light. You might want to go extremely light. Might want to go extremely light if you start clicking buttons. Like that. Just little quick little scalps. Quick little scalp like that for about 5 points. Be done. Quick little scalp. Speed done. We got a buy and balance right there. That's pretty nice. Got that yellow line right there. That's a buy and balance. It's kind of small. Kind of small buy and balance. We had some offers come up in there. I kind of looked at it. That's why I went in. We didn't have much sitting on the books up there at the offers. Now we kind of do. So I'm just not interested. Just not interested. Uh, and of course, got the heat map right here as well, but I don't quite like that too much right there. And that looks a little better right there. I need to catch an image when it's really nice and bullish. Yeah, it's 3:40. We'll probably be wrapping this up real soon. Here, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, see, I took them profits pretty quickly, and I'm pretty much done. Yeah, get them 5 points and move on. Get them 5 points and move on. Uh, yeah. Wait a minute, that doesn't need to be that much. Doesn't need to be that much. That's real thin volume right there on that 1 minute. So if this moves down, you got to be careful because that right there can move pretty quickly down to like 485 pretty quickly, or it can pop. You have no idea. Yeah, I need to close that window down so I don't keep clicking buttons. I've already made my profits for the day and I'm pretty much done. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we got about 100, not 100, about 1,000 more that we need to pass this evaluation, then we're done. So hopefully we can pass that evaluation pretty shortly this week. It'll be pretty nice. We got a nice little run happening up here. You got people sitting up there on the books. Yeah, five and a quarter up there, around five and a quarter. You got them sitting up there. You got to get through these 5 tens first. You got to get through the 5 tens first. Okay, you got to get through this area right here, 510 first. We got some 57 that kicked off, but they're taking a little bit of heat right now. We're taking some heat. They're taking about 10 points of heat. We got some more sellers trying to come in. You really need to start eating them up. And the sellers look like they might be taking it back. Uh, Or not. Them bids are starting to refresh a little bit. They could lose a little bit of steam. They're starting to refresh a little bit. All that selling got absorbed right there. Okay, you see all this right here? You see all this right here? All those sellers got absorbed right there because we didn't move down. Right now we're moving down. Very little bit. Uh, yeah. Got some bids sitting down here. You got the bid sitting down there at 487. I don't even think we're gonna even get down there to 487, to be quite honest. I mean, we could. You got the 5 minute that's putting in like a shooting star, so you got some bids that are sitting there. They really kind of got eaten up. Let's see, we got the bids just sitting there at 493. They're getting filled. We're coming back down to the moving average. Woo, we just sliced right through it. That's what happens. Power hour. They call it power hour. A lot of money is being shifted around. They call it power hour. I took a little scalp right up. I can't remember where it was. I think it was right up in here for about 5 points. I think it was right here. I can't remember. It was something about 5 points. I took a scalp. Uh, and then I just had to close it down. I'm green for the day. I gave back about 20% of my profit, so I had to cut it. I'm done. Uh, After I give back a little bit too much, I just cut it and be done for the day. I don't like uh, giving back everything. Last week was a hard week for me, uh, just because it was just FOMC, it was expiration week, and then Friday was really bad. And then we had the news that came out. I got caught up on that. Stock market order got slammed through. I mean, it was just bad. Uh, this week is turning out better. Monday is turning out better. Whoa, look at that. 350 algo kicked in and we selling, boys and girls. We selling. It's puking out. And my, whoa, and Q crapping the bed again. We got some resting bids down there at 4.5. They still sitting there at 4.5. Yeah, so we got well, whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Come here. Nope. Come here. I don't know my left from my right. 4.5. They just still sitting there. It was at 50, now it's at 70. So who knows what's gonna happen. Come on there, NQ. You gonna crap the bed all the way down there to 4.5. Crap it down to 4.5. Crap it down to 4.5. Don't be going back up. Don't be going back up. Don't you be going back up. You gotta go down there to 4.5. Gotta test that. Come on, go down to 4.5 and test that. I know you need a little bounce. You need a little breathing room to go up and down. So the last 10 minutes gets a little freaky up in here. Last 10 minutes, the NQ gets a little freaky. We're looking at a 5 minute bar. We pretty solid on a 5 minute bar, folks. Pretty solid on the selling on a 5 minute bar. You look at that. Most of the selling is right there down at the bottom on the 5 minute bar. So that's bearish. You don't want to be doing that. You don't want to be testing. You don't want to be clicking them long buttons. How you doing, kiddo? Little high five. Give me a better high five than that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Kelsey, today you had a good lesson today. Not everybody's a winner. Yeah, that's just how life is. If you get knocked down, do what your daddy did. Just get right back up and go at it again. Yeah. Okay, we're feeling it. Ooh, ooh, we feeling it, boys and girls. We feeling it. We feeling it. We feeling it. Are them sellers going to get absorbed? Come on, we down there at 4.5. We down here at 4.5. We got a nice little battle going on with the big dogs. Come on, let's go, boys and girls. Let's go. We got the sellers that got absorbed a little bit. We starting to move back up. If you got that a little bit, that's about 6 points. You need to go about 10 points and lock in some profits. We got about 7 minutes till 4 o'clock. If you trade power hour, good luck. I don't trade power hour. I usually get slaughtered like a pig during power hour. That's why I stay away. That's why I stay away. But we like them big orders like that. We like them big orders like that. Try and get some good screenshots. I should have got that. Here. Let's see if we can get some. Uh, try and get some good screenshots. I got some video today. Hopefully, I got some good B roll for an ad. Hopefully, I got some good B roll for an ad. Come on, you boys going to go 4.5 again? Come on, battle it 4.5. Go at it again. Go right at it. Go, go get you some. Ooh, there was a lot of fills up in there. Ooh, 444. We down there at 444 again. That's when we started the rally, I think. 444. We got some big old contracts being slung around here. We got some nice volume slung around up in there. They just battling it out. Battle it out there. I got about 430. You got some resting bids down there at 430. Right up in there at 430. You got some resting bids. Then you got them down there at 420. You got them down there at 420. Look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute is just getting smoked. Look at that. 5 minute. They are running it. The last leg, folks. 5 minutes till 4 o'clock. They running it. They running it. Well, they gonna get some fills right there. They gonna get some fills. That was kind of neutral delta right up in there, but that was a nice little absorption and a bounce up to there for about 10 points. That was pretty good. We kind of sold off here. We broke that area, but then we had some nice buying volume off of this 420 area, and then you kind of got you about 5 or 10, about 5 points off of that probably. Take your 5 points. That's $100. Take it and run. Take it and run, folks. Take it and run, because if you don't, you end up slaughtered like a pig, like right now. That's a lot of selling right there. That is quite a bit right there. Boy, this morning pre-market was a nut job. Oh my word. I was thinking it's going to be a crazy day. Thank goodness they settled down. Oh my word. I think I'm gonna work on this tonight to get the delta in the order flow bars. I think I need to work on that. If I can get that in there, I think we're gonna be really good. And then we get the volume profile, and we'll be really set. We get that done this week. I think order flow pulse will be really set for a nice winner. 2 minutes till 4 o'clock. 2 minutes till 4 o'clock. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. I will be back at it at 9:15 tomorrow morning. 9:15 tomorrow morning. I will talk to you then.